might double check with them. Yeah.
I don't think the online people you hear that anyway, right?
No, there's a hand up right.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Figure out what's going on with James.
Trying to figure out what's going on. She kind
Hey everyone, a couple more people are in here now, so I just wanted to tell everyone now is the time to be working on your pre-test. If you can work on your pre-test, I know a lot of you have already been working on it, we'll be doing that first, so please get that out and start working on it. Thank you guys.
And that was really hard, wasn't it?
Get out there with money, scan those, you're not going to scan it. So just get out ahead of them. They don't. We're slick, yes.
And when you have finished your pretest, please raise it in the air and Sandy or Jake will come collect it from you. Make sure to write your name on it too. And we're not judging you. This is just so we measure how much you learn, so don't worry.
That toward the end of the day, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, how did I? There's the slides up there. There's the narrative. Yeah.
All right, I'm hearing a bit of chatter. I'm hoping that means you're finishing up. Feel free to keep working on it and just raise it up whenever you're done. Just so you know, the post-test is going to be exactly the same as the pre-test. So no surprises. Pay attention to the presentation and what you didn't know in the pre-test. We're going to go over all of those things. And then the post-test is going to be the exact same. So we're not trying to trick you guys. And again, we're not judging you. It's just so we learn how much we are able to teach during our training. So if you did not sign in, please, during the break, go sign in. This is especially important if you are a navigator or certified application counselor and you want continuing education credit. If you don't sign in, we don't know that you are here. If you're on the webinar, please view the visual in addition to the audio. If you just listen to the audio, we also cannot track your attendance. So please sign in during the break. We have maybe a couple of big name tags. We have more out there, so please go get those as well. Our hashtag for this training is hashtag TJCTrain2016. For anyone, we actually went and found a train. For anyone who tweets the most during this training, we are tracking who tweets the most or uses our hashtag the most on social media. And whoever throughout the course of today uses our hashtag the most is going to get a free t-shirt. So please take a photo at the photo booth during the break, take a photo and use our hashtag. We have feather boas, we have big sunglasses, John Wayne is probably somewhere, and a cutout of him. So please go take photos, use our hashtag. If you use it the most, you'll get a free t-shirt. And also, if you did not put your card in the fishbowl for the raffle, please do so. We're giving away more free things right before the break. All right, all of you got Post-it notes, and most of you were here yesterday. If you were not, you can write questions on those Post-it notes and put them at the 2 poster boards on either side of the room, or you can just raise them up and we'll bring them over to those poster boards on either side of the room. Quickly, I'll just go through the agenda. I know you'll have it in front of you. We'll start with some income counting differences between MAGI and non-MAGI categories and how to treat resources. Then we're going to go into some SSI disability categories. Next, we're going to talk about choices and ECF choices, and then we'll talk about medically needy spend down. We'll then take a break, a 15-minute break, and the raffles before the break. And then we'll talk about other TennCare categories, hospital presumptive eligibility, TennCare redetermination, eligibility, and delay appeals. So that is the agenda for our training, and without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Rob Watkins.
Okay, so welcome to day 2. If you're finishing up the post-test, we just kind of hold, or pre-test, if you hold it up in the air, one of us will get it collected. So we're going to just do a real quick recap of income, and then we're going to talk a little bit about resources. So if you remember yesterday, or if you were at our training yesterday, then we know when it comes to MAGI, household income is going to be the sum of every individual in the household. We're going to count their income. So Chris yesterday went into great detail about how you count who's in that household for MAGI. And today we're going to talk a little bit about resources, but just remember that we're going to add up the sum of everyone that's in the household to determine that income. So part of that, just like counting households, we have special rules for tax dependents, and no different for income. So when it comes to income, it's real important to check to make sure that the tax dependent is required to file taxes. That's different than filing taxes. It's the rules, are they required to file? So I think I mentioned yesterday, a typical example may be a family, they have a teenage son or daughter who might have a part-time job. They might not make $6,300 a year in wages that would have them be required to file taxes, but they file taxes anyway just so that they can get their refund, get that money that was withheld from their check. So just make sure that they are required to file. So for earned income, it's $6,300. For unearned income, which includes Social Security, $1,050. If it's a combination of the two, they have both. My recommendation is either give us a call or you can check with IRS Publication 929. It has a worksheet in there that's pretty straightforward. Fill in the blanks and it helps you get the answer that you need if the person is required to file. So for non-MAGI, we're looking at everybody that's in the budget group. We're not looking at tax filing status here, who's in the tax unit, but rather who's in the budget group. Essentially, it's the same rules of MAGI. There are a few exceptions that you need to be aware of. We went over all these in detail yesterday, but we're going to briefly go over those again. Child support, gifts and inheritances, veterans benefits, minor income, and then step parents. So child support. The main thing to remember about child support, if it's a non-MAGI category, so here we're really talking about medically needy spend down for pregnant women or for kids, and we're going to talk about medically needy spend down a little bit later. But there's a $50 disregard per family. It's not per child, but per family. Okay? And remember, for MAGI, we're not worried about child support at all. We're not going to count any of it. So gifts, inheritances will be considered income in the month it's received, and then chances are it's going to convert to a resource after that. That is different than MAGI, where it's not going to be counted. Same thing with life insurance proceeds, though. Keep in mind that you can take a portion of that for burial expenses and a portion of that to pay for last illness expenses to get that amount down. Once again, it's not something that we're going to count for MAGI. So VA benefits, there are a lot of them. Basically, if you take nothing away from this training today, but just the fact that if it's based on need and not tied to some years of service or retirement pay, then chances are it's not going to count. That can get a little bit dicey trying to figure out what portion of that would be based on need and what portion is maybe based on retirement pay or compensation. But just basically keep in mind that if it's based on need, chances are it's not going to be counted. Most of the time for MAGI, we're not going to count any VA benefits with the exception of that retirement pay. So minor income, once again, different than MAGI. So for non-MAGI categories, we're going to disregard a minor's income so long as they are a full-time student. Okay? If they're not a full-time student, you disregard them 6 months of that income. And we're not going to deem that income from one child to another. For MAGI, we're really worried about whether or not the person is required to file taxes. So if they are a tax dependent, we're going to look precisely at whether or not the person is required to file, and if they are, then we're going to consider income. We're not really worried about whether or not they're a full-time student. Step parents' income. Generally, we're going to disregard the step parents' income in non-MAGI categories. Once again, primarily talking about spend down. And that's because it's based on financially responsible relatives. In most cases, the step parent is not going to be financially responsible for step children. So henceforth, that's the reason why we're not going to count that income. But when we're talking about MAGI, once again, we're considering tax rules here. So we're not really worried if they're a step parent or not. It's who's in the tax filing unit. That's going to be the main thing there. So you could have a family that has a step parent and step children, and if they don't fall into one of the exceptions for household counting, we're going to consider the tax filing unit. And if the members of the tax filing unit and their step parents, their income's going to count. So practice tips. Remember, child support, not counted for MAGI, but we've got that $50 per family disregard. Gifts and inheritances can be income in the month it's received in non-MAGI categories, and then if it's cash, for example, it could easily convert into a resource. So you want to be careful of that. MAGI, we're not going to count at all. Veterans benefits depends on the category. We're looking if it's based on need. For minor income, we're really checking to see if they're a full-time student, if it's medically needy spend down, so that we can disregard that income that they have. MAGI, we're really worried about whether or not they meet that requirement, that threshold that they have to file taxes. And step parents, just remember that when we're dealing non-MAGI categories, probably not going to count their income. So There are some other categories that have separate income counting rules or no income consideration whatsoever. So we talk about SSI, disability-related categories. It's something that John's going to talk about in a few minutes. If somebody is receiving SSI, they should be already enrolled in TennCare. There are some SSI disability-related categories: PICL, disabled adult child, disabled adult widow or widower. These use kind of some complicated income counting rules for recipients or for applicants here. And just keep in mind that that is something that you might need a little bit of assistance with. We're gladly willing to help you figure that out. Basically, the thing to kind of keep in mind on, there's going to be a general disregard of about $20. There's a $65 disregard, and then there's also earned income, and there's also a half earned income disregard as well. So these are all things that have to be kind of factored in to help you arrive at what the income is for people in those categories. For breast and cervical cancer, it's really being enrolled in that program. So when you go to the health department and get screened for it, what is going to happen is there are some financial requirements for that. So as long as you are enrolled into that program, then there's no need to check for the income. All right? But you have to be enrolled in it. So with newborns, we do have deeming that is available. So in other words, if we have a newborn child and the mother was on TennCare at the time the child was born, then the child's going to be deemed eligible for TennCare. Right? Same thing for covered kids. We're not going to really check income at that point in time. We're just going to deem the eligibility. And former foster children, and I mentioned this yesterday, if you encounter people that are under the age of 26 and were in foster care in Tennessee when they aged out, turned 18, they aged out of foster care, they were enrolled in TennCare at the time, they can actually keep their TennCare regardless of what their income is. They can keep it till the age of 26. And the reason for this is that we know with the ACA, one of the provisions in the ACA allowed for children to stay on their parents' health insurance until they turn 26. With foster care, when people age out of that, or when they're in foster care, the state in essence is acting like the parent. So the idea here is that they can keep their TennCare until they turn 26. I don't know that there's a whole lot of outreach that's going on that are telling these people that they can be eligible for it. But if they are, they're not going to count income. They're just going to be enrolled in it. So that's just a real quick overview of what we kind of talked about yesterday in income. We're going to talk a little bit about resources. Once again, this is a pretty high level. Resources can be pretty complicated. For those who are interested, we do have a toolkit on our website that you can download. It compares the treatment of resources for choices for SSI related categories as well as the non-MAGI TennCare categories. So if you're really interested in seeing that, it's a comparison of all three. For the most part, the rules are pretty much the same. There are little differences here or there. So when we talk about resources, we're really talking about assets. In other words, what does the applicant have that could be turned into cash that they could pay their medical needs? That's kind of what we're looking at when we're talking about resources. So we're looking at really what their assets are. So we have resources really kind of fall into a couple different groups. We have kind of liquid resources, then we have non-liquid resources, and then we have resources with specific characteristics. And I mentioned the toolkit for counting resources. There's a link here. We will be sending out the PowerPoint presentation, so you will be just able to click on that link and be taken to it. So when we're talking about liquid resources, we're really talking about things that can be easily converted into cash. So obviously, cash in a bank account is pretty liquid, right? You just write a check and out it comes. So when we're talking about liquid resources, we're talking about checking accounts, savings accounts. You can have trust accounts, CDs. It can be from a trust fund, for example. Also stocks and bonds, retirement accounts, and then a variety of other things. Mortgages, if you're actually being paid. Mortgage, not a mortgage that you're paying to a bank. Maybe you're the person that grants a mortgage to somebody. Promissory notes, other loans, people owe you money, things like that. Things that are typically cash driven. So when it comes to a stock or a bond, you can pretty much sell it. Sell it, converts to cash. That value is established every day and every minute. Non-liquid resources, these are things that can be converted into cash, but it might take a little doing, it might take a little bit of work to do. So real property, for example, that's real estate. Right? So you own, let's say you have a second home. That is something that, yeah, you could sell it. You'd have to put it on the market and you find a willing buyer for it. If you're in Nashville, that'd probably be pretty easy. It can be easily converted into cash. So it can also be life estates. So a little property law class. A life estate is basically where somebody owns property and they say, I give it to somebody for life. So let's say I own a piece of property, a house, and I want to give it to John. I say I give this to John for his life. That means when John passes, then it comes back to me. Right? It still is a property interest. He can use it, but when he passes, then I get it back. So typically you're going to see that in situations where you might have an elderly family member, a property zone where that's given so somebody can live. Personal property, so these are things of value. So vehicles, and we're going to talk about what we can exclude there, but a variety of different types of vehicles. Livestock, household goods, personal effects, items of unusual value, for example, like a collection that might be worth something. Life insurance policies that you have a cash surrender value. Here's some examples of some other resources. Things to kind of keep in mind here. Resources essential to the production of earned income in a trade, business. Those can be treated a little bit differently, and that might actually look like a resource that might be counted. So you might have somebody that has a plumbing business and he has a van specifically for carrying his tools, and he uses it only for the production of income as a plumber. That might be excluded, especially if that's a second vehicle. Those are just things to kind of keep be aware of. So when it comes to MAGI, this is the point in the presentation where I turn it over to anybody. Let's come down here and teach MAGI resources. Do I have any takers? It's simple. For MAGI, there aren't any. So MAGI categories are no resources. We don't count resources. MAGI, so that makes it easy. For non-MAGI, primarily medically needy spend down and choices. Notice that based on the household size that there are different household limits. So you can see anywhere from it's 2,000 if it's a household of 1, 3,000 household of 2, and then it kind of gets chintzy after that. 31, and it only goes up by $100. Right? Now I get to exclude a homestead. It means that the house that you're living in, right? And you get to exclude one car. If you have a second car, then obviously we're going to have to consider the equity value of that. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. For choices, and we're going to talk about choices in a little more detail later, but the limit is 2,000. For a homestead, it's an equity value up to 552,000. Unlike medically needy spend down where the homestead doesn't count, period. And then we get to exclude a car regardless of the value. Under SSI, So we're talking about 1619B, DAC, dog, pickle, things that John's going to talk about in a few minutes. Resources, either $2,000 or $3,000 if they are a couple. There are going to be chances for some disregards and then the exclusion, obviously, of a homestead and a car. So see the common thread here. We're going to exclude the value of that, the equity value of that home. We're going to exclude, chances are, value of the car. So other things to roughly touch on. So there can be other things like money in the bank, houses and cars. So what we tend to do is we have an easy set of questions that I have here that you can kind of basically figure out if this person's going to have some resources. You explain what it is, and you say, we think that the limit for you is going to be X. Maybe it's $2,000 for an individual in an SSI related category. Besides a car and a house and car, would you think you would have resources above that amount? And if they say that they do, then we really need to take a lot closer look at those resources and see what they are. And that's something we can help you with, because resources can be pretty complicated to try to figure out. But if you just start these simple screening questions, and chances are you're going to find out real quick whether or not somebody needs to have an in-depth analysis of what those resources are. If they don't, then you don't need to worry about it. That's not something that needs to be forwarded to us. So just real quick, let's assume that Raina has a house that has a fair market value of $2 million, and she has a mortgage balance of $1,998,000. So remember, I was talking about equity value. So really what we would do here would we take the $2 million fair market value, we subtract what she owes off of that. So in reality, her equity value is $2,000. So the other things that we also need to know is, could this possibly be a homestead, right? So we know the value is $2,000, but if she's living in it and it's considered a homestead, then we won't even count that $2,000, right? And that equity value is always subtracting fair market. We're taking the fair market value and subtracting off any mortgages or liens. So, important thing here about homesteads is the intent to return. So let's say somebody is hospitalized or not in this position, or maybe they travel a lot for work and they're not again. If they're still considering that where they live and they're intending to return, then that's still going to be considered a residence. So I mentioned this earlier, so we're going to take the fair market value to get equity. So this could be whether we're talking about a car or we're talking about a house. We're going to take that fair market value, what can be sold for, and we're going to subtract out what's owed. So a lot of times, let's say you have a family that has 2 cars, right? Chances are there will be a note for that car, so they borrow money to purchase the vehicle. Then we all know how quick a car depreciates when you drive it off the lot, right? So in a lot of times you want to ask not only what is the value of that second vehicle, what are the value of the cars that you own, but then we also want to subtract out what's owed. And most of the time you can look up, Kelley Blue Book's going to give you the value of what the vehicle is. When you take a look at the model and the year, the number of miles, and we kind of shape it in, and we kind of give you a fair market value, and then we subtract out whatever's owed on it. So I kind of mentioned this quickly before, but if we have fair market value on the house at $2 million and we owe $1,998,000, the equity value is only $2,000, but if she's living in the home and considering that her homestead, we wouldn't count that $2,000 at all. Yeah, I think I got through in the right amount of time. So, John's going to talk about the disability-related categories.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How are y'all? So, thank you, Rob. And just before we get into this, I just want to say quickly how important these SSI-related disability categories are. These categories are for people with disabilities who generally have very low incomes. They are some of the most vulnerable people in the state, and they're individuals who are likely not going to be recognized for these categories by the marketplace or by your average worker at the state. These are categories that often you have to know and recognize. I'm going to be talking about red flags for each of these, so you need to know and recognize the red flags and see, oh yeah, this person might be a disabled adult child, or this person might be eligible for 1619B. And your ability to do that can make a difference between this person, having coverage and not having coverage. So while these feel a little bit like crazy in terms of the language that's used and a bit in the weeds, these are super, super important. And we've tried to break it down, as I said, with red flags and kind of simple screening questions where we can to serve these individuals. So without further ado, let's talk about them. So we're going to start out with SSI. Most of you all probably know this already, but SSI is a cash benefit for individuals with disabilities who have very low income and resources. So SSI eligibility is determined by the Social Security Administration. And for these individuals, they are automatically enrolled in TennCare. So just receiving that SSI benefit means that they get Medicaid benefits. So that's a great thing. And obviously, if you have an individual with very low income who has a disability that keeps them from working and they haven't applied yet with Social Security, it's something that they definitely want to do. The importance of knowing just the basics of SSI are that a lot of these other TennCare categories are based on SSI rules, so they treat someone as if they're still on SSI, even though they might have some extra income from particular sources or things like that. That'll be a bit more clear in a second, but a lot of these categories, which is why we call this section SSI disability categories, are related to the criteria that Social Security applies for supplemental security income. So just at a really high level, the eligibility for SSI, again, is individuals with disabilities who have very low incomes and resources. So in 2016, the full benefit amount for an individual on SSI is $733. It's a little more than that for couples. Basically, in general terms, if someone is getting some income from another source, their SSI amount goes down proportionally. As Rob said, there are some complicated income disregards and different things like that. But generally speaking, if someone, for example, had a $200 Social Security disability check and was also eligible for SSI, then their SSI amount would be reduced by about that $200. There are also earned income disregards that are a lot more generous. So just keep in mind, this is particularly relevant for children with parents who might be working and the child has special needs, has a disability, and you might look at that $733 and think, oh, there's no way that kid's going to be eligible based on the parent's work income, but there is a pretty significant earned income disregard, so keep that in mind, and that child may in fact be eligible even if their parents make a lot more than that $733. And their check, kind of depending on income in the rest of the household, even if they are only eligible for a check of $10 or something like that, it continues to allow them to have that eligibility for TennCare. So it can be really important. And the practice tip related to that is if children with disabilities are turned down for financial reasons, reapply when they're 18, because at that point their parents' income and resources no longer count. As Rob said, the resource limits for SSI are basically $2,000 for an individual, $3,000 for a couple, excluding the homestead, so the home and the land that it's on, and one car. And again, the parents' resources do count for children under 18, though there are some disregards for that. So that's SSI. That's a cash benefit for individuals with disabilities that is means tested. As I said, it's related to the person's income and resources. Now, there is also SSDI, which is Social Security Disability Insurance. And as you might imagine, this can be very confusing to people because the letters are almost the same, and they're both from Social Security, and they're both cash benefits. So we'll talk a little bit about these, and then there'll be a handy slide in a second here that lays out the differences between them. But the basic difference between SSI and SSDI is that SSDI is based on work history. So it can be based on the individual's work history, it can be based on a spouse or a parent, but someone has to have worked and paid into the Social Security system that then this individual is eligible to draw a benefit from. And for those individuals on Social Security disability, SSDI, they are unfortunately not automatically eligible for TennCare. They're not automatically enrolled in TennCare. After 2 years of receiving SSDI, an individual becomes eligible for Medicare, not to be confused with Medicaid. And there's 2 exceptions to that we'll say in just a second, but generally someone who is receiving SSDI is not going to be automatically have any sort of coverage for the first 2 years of getting that benefit. So just keep that in mind. These are, again, people who Social Security has determined they're not able to work. Their health needs are such that they cannot have a job, and yet they don't have access to coverage automatically, which is why it's so important to know about some of these categories that might apply to those individuals. So here's that chart I was talking about. Starting in the middle, just to remind you of elementary school doing Venn diagrams. Starting in the middle, both of these benefits are administered by Social Security, and both provide cash assistance. And for both programs, you have to be determined to have a disability, as defined by Social Security. But then over on the left, you can see the difference with SSI. The unique features of that are that it's based on income and resources. So there's going to be a test to see, is your income below this amount? Are your resources below this amount? And again, after age 18, parents' income and resources don't count. And importantly, for those individuals on SSI, they're automatically enrolled in TennCare. Now, on the other side, again, SSDI based on work history, whoever's work history, and eligible for Medicare after 2 years, and those 2 exceptions I mentioned are for individuals with end-stage renal disease and ALS. Those individuals are enrolled in Medicare immediately after they start receiving their Social Security disability. But unfortunately, at this point, those are the only 2 exceptions. So everyone else has to wait 2 years, or if they're turning 65 and would be eligible for Medicare that way. So as I said, because they both come from Social Security and they are both related to disability status and they just sound so similar, for a lot of individuals, it's pretty confusing to even know which benefit they have. So just a few practice tips to help you, as you're talking with people, figure out what income source they have. These are just a few things that we've used with our clients. So first thing you can look at is what day is the benefit paid. So SSI benefits are paid on the first day of the month, unless there's a weekend or holiday, as that note says at the bottom. Whereas the Social Security disability benefits are paid depending on when the person became eligible and when their birthday is, basically different days of the month other than the first. So it could be the second, third, or fourth Wednesday, or if they started receiving disability before 1997 on the third day of the month. So if they consistently have a check that is coming in the first of the month, it's very likely it's an SSI benefit, whereas if it's some other day during the month, it's very likely to be another Social Security benefit. Some other key questions to ask: how much is your check each month? If it's over $733, again, that's the income limit for SSI. Very likely that it's not SSI. And the second question, when do you receive your check? And if on or before the first, it's probably SSI. So, as I said, I like to think of these in terms of red flags. When I'm talking with someone, I need to look more at SSI for this very low-income individual with disabilities. Let me see if I can connect them with Social Security and start that application process. So I have been working with individuals with disabilities primarily for 5 years, and I still can't remember all of the intricacies of the SSI counting rules and all of that. So I go look those things up. But I just remember this person, I need to look more closely at this potential benefit. It's kind of a big deal. So disabled adult child is a TennCare eligibility category for some individuals with disabilities who used to receive SSI when they were a child and became disabled before turning 22, and then lost their SSI because they were entitled to a Social Security benefit from a parent's work history, or to an increase in their Social Security benefits. That means, like, if the parent retired and the child started receiving Social Security from the parent's work history, but it was still low enough that they could keep both SSI and SSDI, but then the parent passes away and they get even a larger Social Security amount, then that puts them over that limit. They could also be eligible for TennCare as a disabled adult child. One of the really confusing things about this is that there is a Social Security benefit category called disabled adult child that's connected to this, but just because someone is eligible for DAC benefits through Social Security doesn't mean they're going to meet the same rules to be eligible for TennCare as a disabled adult child. So just keep that in mind, and just to make it even more exciting, some agencies use CDB, Childhood Disability Beneficiary, to screen or to designate this eligibility status as well. Just because people thought you were bored this morning and needed a few more acronyms to remember. But basically, if you follow the screening questions here, and the person answers yes to all of these, that individual is very likely eligible for TennCare as a disabled adult child. So, were you diagnosed with a disability or blindness before turning 22? Did you lose SSI after age 18? So this person was getting SSI at some point based on a disability that was determined before they turned 22, and then they lost SSI after turning 18. So they could have even just one check after their 18th birthday, and then their parent retires and they start drawing additional benefits off the parent. As long as they had that one check after turning 18, then they can potentially be eligible for this benefit, for this category of TennCare. If the parent retires when the child is 17 and a half and the child starts drawing that Social Security based on the parent's work history and it puts them over the income limit, unfortunately they're not going to be eligible. And that's the case where Social Security would call that person a DAC, but for Medicaid purposes they didn't get a check over past the age of 18, so they're not eligible. Again, confusing, but relatively easy screening questions. Did you lose SSI after July 1st, 1987? That's when this program kind of went into effect. Most people know that that's easy. Did you lose SSI because you started getting Social Security benefits based on a parent's work history, or because your Social Security payment was increased based on a parent's work history? That's the other key thing. The disabled adult child category allows an individual to exclude benefits from a parent's work history, not from any other source. So if they had their own work history, so someone on SSI was able to work some between, their after turning 18 and had their own work history and then started drawing disability benefits based on their own work history that made them not eligible, they're not going to be eligible for TennCare as a DAC. It's only based on the parent's work history. So if yes to all those questions, all the Social Security income based on a parent's work history is not counted. So if they get $1,000 a month from their parents' Social Security or from SSDI based on the parents' work history, then all that income is excluded. And as long as they meet the other SSI requirements, like still having a disability and still having resources below that $2,000, then they are eligible for Medicaid, for TennCare. So for all of these categories that are tied to disability status, we recommend basically applying any way that you potentially can and continuing if the person is denied appeal and just go any avenue you possibly can. So apply through the marketplace, file an eligibility appeal immediately with Tennessee Health Connection, again, because these categories likely are not to be discovered by the marketplace. Check with Social Security. These categories, since they're based on Social Security benefits, the coding of the benefit at Social Security becomes really important, and making sure that their computer system can talk to TennCare's. And the long-term services and supports application as well may be worth submitting. So again, just submit any application you can for these individuals. Often to get enrolled in these categories, it's going to require an appeal, which is a mechanism for a real live person to look at the case, but we just try everything. So try the marketplace, try Social Security, try the long-term services and supports application. The red flag for this category is someone who lost SSI after turning 18 due to a higher Social Security check based on a parent's work history. So someone asked if a person receives both SSI and SSDI after 2 years, are they eligible for both TennCare and Medicare? That's a great question, and the answer is yes. So for those individuals who have a dual check with both SSI and SSDI. As long as they continue receiving that SSI, they're eligible for TennCare. And then after 2 years, as we talked about, they are eligible for Medicare as well. So those individuals are what they call dually eligible for both Medicare and TennCare. Good question. A kind of similar category to disabled adult child is for widows and widowers who are who lose their SSI and are not yet eligible for Medicare. This is for individuals who are between 50 and 60 and meet the disability requirements for SSI, but lost SSI because they became entitled to widower benefits because of their deceased spouse. So they would start drawing Social Security benefits based on their spouse's work history and lose their SSI from that benefit, but not yet be old enough to receive Medicare. So they have this disabled adult widow or widower benefit TennCare category to pick up some of those individuals and provide them TennCare coverage while they're waiting for their Medicare eligibility. So a little confusing, but individuals who are 50 through 60 who have disabilities who then lose their SSI because of starting to draw based on a deceased spouse. This is kind of analogous to DAC, which we just discussed. So here's the screening questions. Were you receiving an SSI check based on disability or blindness? Did you lose SSI after you turned 50? And did you lose SSI because you started getting Social Security benefits based on a deceased spouse's work history? And are you not entitled to Medicare Part A? So again, if they're getting Medicare, they're eligible for Medicare based on their own work history or just different circumstances, then they're not going to be eligible for this disabled adult widow or widower category. But otherwise, if they're losing their SSI and not eligible for Medicare, potentially this is a way for them to get TennCare. Then you look at their income and resources, and like with DAC, the Social Security income based on the spouse's work record is not counted. So the individual is still eligible for TennCare if their other income doesn't put them over the SSI limit and they're still below the SSI resource requirements. So again, where do you apply? Apply through the marketplace, file an appeal, check with Social Security, use the long-term services and supports application, stand on your head a few times, I don't know. Anything, try anything, start with the marketplace and Social Security, and you may need an appeal to get a person enrolled in that benefit. So again, the red flag is someone who lost SSI after turning 50 due to entitlement to Social Security based on their deceased spouse's work record. Pickle, my very favorite TennCare category. And someone removed the picture of pickles and put JJ Pickle, who the eligibility category is actually named for there, which is probably more professional, but I liked having pickles there. So pickle covers people with disabilities who are eligible for SSI and Social Security in the same month. It allows those individuals to basically disregard cost of living adjustments that have increased their Social Security benefits since they lost their SSI, and over time that calculation lets more and more people become eligible for TennCare. It's kind of confusing, but we have a set of screening questions and a chart that makes the math super, super easy. So the number of people eligible for this program increases every time there's a cost of living adjustment for Social Security. So an individual who's not eligible this year but did have SSI and Social Security benefits in the same month at some point, keep in mind they may be eligible the following year if there is another cost of living adjustment from Social Security. So these are the screening questions. Are you now receiving a Social Security check? This could be any type of Social Security. It can be Social Security disability, retirement, other benefits. After April 1977, did you ever get an SSI check at the same time that you got Social Security? Or did you get SSI in the month just before your Social Security started? So this means someone was getting SSI and then became entitled without a break to a Social Security benefit that made them no longer eligible for that SSI. So it could be someone who was getting SSI until a parent retired, and then they started drawing Social Security disability from the parent and are no longer getting that SSI. It could be someone who was approved for Social Security disability and actually got 1 month of SSI before starting the Social Security disability that was based on their work history. Often that happens just based on kind of the timing of how Social Security reviews those cases and when an individual becomes eligible. So anyone who was getting SSI and then has no overlap with getting some Social Security benefit could be eligible in this category. And then what's the last month you received SSI? And then based on the answer to that final question, what's the last month you received SSI, you multiply their current income by the number on the chart. So if someone lost their SSI between January 2009 and December 2011, you would multiply it by, who can tell me? Yeah, I heard it, 0.919. So essentially this allows you, what I said at the beginning where you're disregarding the cost of living adjustments, this calculation takes out all those cost of living adjustments and tells you what their pickled income would be. And if that is below the current SSI limit, then they are eligible for TennCare in the pickle category, assuming that they still meet those other requirements of resources and disability status. So again, spotting potential pickles, people may have an overlap when they're first approved for SSDI. They might get that SSI check and then an SSDI check right after that. They might also have an overlap in their SSI and Social Security if they're getting SSI and then something triggers them to start getting Social Security benefits. So that example of a parent retiring. And finally, if an individual is institutionalized, he or she, after 30 days, generally the income counting rules change and he or she might actually be eligible to start receiving an SSI check in the institution without even knowing it. It would go to the hospital, and then if they recover, become eligible for full Social Security benefits based on their work history. So that would apply mostly in the case of someone who had an accident or something like that and ended up in the hospital for a little bit of time. Pop quiz, where do you apply for pickle? Yeah, marketplace and appeal for the application to TennCare and appeal and the long-term services and supports application as well. Again, just try everything. So the red flag is someone who's received or is eligible for SSI and Social Security benefits in the same month. Finally, 1619B is for individuals who are receiving SSI and then start working, and their work income would place them over the income limit for SSI, but they need that that TennCare coverage to be able to be healthy enough to continue working. So this can be important for individuals who are getting SSI but want to be able to work and have their own income, but really need that benefit in the TennCare. So it's for individuals who meet the Social Security disability criteria and again are losing SSI because of work income and have medical needs such that they need TennCare coverage to be able to work. So look at the income limit for this. In 2016, it's over $38,000 a year. Or $3,000 a month, so that's way higher than that $733 income limit for SSI. So these individuals can be working a pretty fair amount, even more than that if they have significant medical bills, and still be eligible for TennCare, though they still have to meet the SSI resource limits. So finally, the screening questions for this category: are you losing SSI because of your work income? Do you have any other income besides your SSI check and your work income? And do you need TennCare coverage to be able to work? So again, this is only for individuals who are currently on SSI. They're low-income individuals with disabilities who are able to start working. It's unfortunately not for people who are getting Social Security disability, but able to work, go back to work some of the time or something like that. It has to be people who are getting SSI currently and want to start working again. And to apply for 1619B, that's a Social Security Administration decision, and you discuss with the local or national Social Security office. So the practice tip: if an SSI or SSDI beneficiary is working or interested in going back to work, there's also a Ticket to Work or Benefits to Work program through Social Security. That's a way for some individuals to keep their Medicare. Generally during the transition process of trying to go back to work, and that's something similar and just worth knowing about as well. And the gross yearly income limit for that is $38,000. So the red flag for 1619B is someone who's losing SSI due to work income. Now, Emily Quinlan, our Charlie Warfield Legal Fellow, will talk about choices eligibility.
Hi, good morning. My name is Emily Quinlan. Like John said, I'm TJC's Charles Warfield Legal Fellow. I'm going to talk today about choices and then ECF choices. First, so I have about 40 minutes to do both of these, and I imagine there will be questions afterwards. So it's really geared towards being kind of an overview, but of course you're welcome to ask me any questions throughout or afterwards. I will tell you that, the rules, the TennCare Long-Term Services Supports rules are 300 pages, as I'm sure many of you know. I refer to them pretty much every day. So if I can't answer your question today because I didn't be able to go through the rules, absolutely contact me afterwards and we can talk more about it. Okay. So Choices is TennCare's long-term services and supports program. It's designed to serve seniors and adults with disabilities who are over 21. These folks must meet certain level of care criteria as well as certain financial eligibility criteria. Choices is for folks who are either in the nursing facility, they need nursing facility level care in a facility, or need services at home, either that are also nursing facility level care or a little bit less than that, folks who are at risk of needing that care. So there are 3 groups of choices services, group 1, 2, and 3. There are somewhat different medical eligibility criteria for each group and somewhat different financial eligibility criteria for each group. They also, in each group includes different supports and services, and there are different expenditure caps for each group. We'll start with Choices Group 1, which is nursing facility care. This means that the individual needs care in the nursing facility. In order to qualify medically for this care, the person must meet the nursing facility level of care criteria. This means that on their pre-admission evaluation, which is the assessment that's done to assess their physical acuity, they must score at least a 9. Now, this score of 9 is done by determining how someone can accomplish their activities of daily living. So, can they transfer? Are they mobile? Can they eat? Can they toilet? Orientation, expressive receptive communication. A little bit more detail on each of those. So each of them is given a value. It's given a score. So the PAE is actually numerical. It's a numerical table. I'm sorry if you can't hear me. And so when TennCare is determining whether someone meets the nursing facility level of care criteria, they're literally going through seeing how a person can perform a certain activity of daily living and assigning a score to that. Then they're tallying the score at the end. If you receive a 9, you can be eligible, medically eligible, for Choices Group 1 nursing facility or for Choices Group 2. So again, that was transfer. So that's someone's ability to get from the couch to the chair, from the chair to the toilet. Their mobility, that's just not, it's not just can you walk or not. If you can walk with some sort of assisted device, so a walker or a cane, you're not going to get points for that in terms of the acuity scale. Toileting, it's not just can you toilet, it is if you have an accident, can you clean up after yourself? Eating is not can you prepare your food, can you go to the grocery store? It's literally if you have food in your hand, can you get it to your mouth? Okay, so that's group 1. You must score a 9 on the acuity scale. Same thing for group 2, 9 on the acuity scale. The difference between group 1 and 2, group 1, you're receiving these services in the nursing facility. Group 2, you're receiving them in your home, which means that home health workers are coming out to your home. Group 3 is the at-risk group. So this is for folks who are at risk of needing institutionalization. For this group, you do not have to score a 9 on the PAE. You have to show that you have a substantial deficit in at least one of the activities of daily living. TennCare defines substantial deficit as needing help in that area at least 4 times per week. All right, so that's what it takes to be medically eligible for those groups. There's one little exception that we're going to talk about in a minute, which is called safety discrimination. I'm sure plenty of you in this room know what that is. And I mentioned this briefly earlier, but each group also offers different sets of services depending on what the individual's needs are. So group 3, you're just going to have limited services. The expenditure cap is less. TennCare will only spend up to $15,000 on this person's supports and services. Next, we'll talk about financial eligibility. So someone has to be both medically eligible for choices as well as financially eligible. So we just talked about medical eligibility. Now, financial eligibility comes down to income and resources. Only the applicant's income counts, not the applicant's spouse's income, in terms of determining eligibility. The income must be below $21.99 a month. This is for groups 1 and 2. Okay, so if you need care in the nursing facility or you need nursing facility level care but in your home, your income must be below $21.99 a month. If you are looking for group 3 services, which is the lesser amount of services, so people who have lesser needs, that's only open to SSI recipients. Resources. The resource limitations are $2,000, excluding 1 homestead and 1 car. A community spouse can have a higher share of resources. So at the time that a resource assessment is requested, which is typically at the time that eligibility is being determined, TennCare takes a snapshot of the couple's resources and divides them. So the community spouses, half of those resources, they get to hold on to those every year. There is a cap, but it's significantly higher than $2,000. Now we're talking about the actual applicant's resource limits. Below $2,000, excluding a homestead and a car. Where to apply for choices. If the individual is already on TennCare, they're going to contact their MCO. If the individual is not on TennCare, they go through the local AAAD, the Area Agency on Aging and Disability. If an individual is denied choices based on not meeting medical criteria, you can appeal through LTSS. I mean, you can also, appeal via fax to TennCare Connection. It will make its way to LTSS. This is more for advocates. If an individual is going to appeal, they could just call TennCare Connection. Everyone's entitled to be assessed. So when you apply for choices, someone comes out, assuming you're applying for home and community-based services, and assesses your physical acuity. If you're told on the phone that you're not eligible, you insist that you deserve a home visit and you want to complete that application. I'm going to skip down to the third point, which is that it's important to keep track of when you apply for choices, because TennCare has 90 days to resolve these applications. And if you don't get an answer in that 90 days, you need to file a delay appeal. And then safety determinations. So I'm sure many of you in this room know what a safety determination is. Just as a reminder, it's a request to TennCare that it's a way to show to TennCare that a person is not going to be, their needs are not going to be met in the lesser group, in group 3. That their needs can't be met with the lesser group of services, and they're actually eligible for groups 1 or 2. So I'll talk about 2 different times where you might request a safety determination. Number 1 is if the person applies for choices and they're approved for group 3 services, okay? And let's assume they receive SSI. But based on your understanding of their needs are much higher than what the $15,000 yearly cap is going to do for them. And so you request a safety determination, you show that their needs cannot be met safely in the community with those limited amounts of supports. The second time you might request a safety determination is if, again, the person is determined to be medically eligible for group 3 services. So medically, they do need the lesser amount of supports and services, but they are not SSI recipients. So they will never actually be able to receive those group 3 services because they're not financially eligible. So in this case, you request a safety determination showing TennCare why the person cannot be maintained in the community with group 3 services. We're going to go through a scenario in a second, and we'll talk more about a safety determination, what it takes to prove that to TennCare. Actually, we're going to do that right now. Jolene. Jolene is a 67-year-old woman with stage 4 lung cancer and alcoholic dementia. She was recently hospitalized and sent to a rehab facility. Jolene's Medicare only fully covers 20 days of skilled nursing per care benefit period. Her daughter Juliet says she needs more time in a nursing facility, but Juliet eventually wants her to return home. How can we get Jolene coverage? Let's go through it step by step. Okay, so what activities of daily living count in terms of determining whether Jolene is medically eligible for choices? Here are the facts of her situation. Jolene cannot get out of bed without help and needs a walker to move around her room. Jolene cannot fix her own meals and can't keep up with her housekeeping. Jolene's doctors have told her daughter Juliet that she shouldn't drive anymore. Juliet has taken her keys away. Jolene can't always make it to the bathroom in time and has trouble cleaning up afterward. Jolene also forgets to take her medications without a reminder from her daughter. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally jumped the gun on this, and I don't know how to go backwards. Okay, so I meant to pose this to the audience. Which activities of daily living count? If someone could just tell me one, out of this list, what is one activity of daily living that counts towards her acuity scale? Yes. Yes. So I heard transfer and I heard bathroom. So the first statement, Jolene cannot get out of bed without help. That speaks to transfer. She cannot get herself from the bed to somewhere else. Now the fact that she needs a walker to move around her room, less compelling from TennCare's point of view, because she has that device to assist her with that. I also heard bathroom. That absolutely counts. Is there anything else on there? Yes. So she also forgets to take her medications without a reminder. So medication administration is one of the, is something TennCare takes into consideration in terms of activity living. Obviously, we all in this room know that there are so many more things that go into our daily lives that are crucial. But we're just unfortunately talking about the limited list of activities that TennCare is taking into consideration. So Jolene's PAE was only approved for Choices Group 3 services, which means that TennCare went through her physical needs, tallied up her score, and she did not receive a 9 on the PAE. Now, we haven't told you this, but I know this because it's a couple slides from now. Jolene does not receive SSI. So what's the issue here? She was approved for Group 3 medically. I'm sorry? Exactly. So if her PAE was approved for Group 3 services, she's medically eligible for those. She is not financially eligible for those. She does not receive SSI. She's totally out of luck. What now? Yes, request a safety determination. Again, the safety determination is you're telling TennCare her needs cannot be safely met in the community with Group 3 services. Yay! She was approved for Group 1 services. Okay, so what are the facts of Jolene's case that you all think lend to her being successful in her safety determination request? I haven't actually talked about what you need to present here, but just based on your own knowledge. Okay. So safety determination, you're looking for they're not safe in the community with limited amounts of services. So this is documenting a history of falls, recent hospitalizations, a change in terms of who their caregivers, what their caregivers, if their caregivers' needs have changed and they can't help them out as much anymore. These are all the points that you would want to argue in your appeal to say that this person is, oh, and also a history of elopement, that this person is not safe in the community with these needs. This, we've been successful in the past using this with folks who have dementia. We saw from her, the facts of her case, that she has dementia, she had recently been hospitalized. So yeah, that would be why she was approved for the safety determination. Okay, now we're going to do a financial eligibility scenario. Until she was hospitalized, Jolene lived in her own home with her daughter Juliet, who helped take care of her. Jolene receives $1,500 a month from Social Security retirement each month and $800 from her pension. So that's $2,300. She has $4,500 in a savings account. She's a $5,000 whole life insurance policy with a cash surrender value of $3,600. Juliet, her daughter, works part-time and earns $1,600 a month. Juliet does not pay rent, but helps with utilities and groceries. Her income is too high, so we know that the income limit for choices, choices groups 1 and 2, $21.99 a month. Only the applicant's income counts. The fact that her daughter works does not affect this. All right, so Jolene's income was $2,300 a month. She's 101 over the maximum income cap. This means that she needs a qualified income trust in order to become eligible. A QIT in a nutshell is a bank account that is maintained by, in this case, Jolene's a representative. The purpose of the account is to hold the amount of money that she receives each month that makes her financially ineligible over the income cap for choices. So it's almost as simple and silly as this bank account will see 2 transactions each month. Transaction number 1, her representative would put into the account $101 from her main checking account that her pension and her Social Security deposited into. Second transaction of the month, a $101 check is written out of that account to the nursing facility to pay towards the patient liability. Jolene also needs to spend down her resources. She must spend at least $2,500 from her savings account. She must also surrender her life insurance policy for cash or complete an irrevocable assignment of benefits to a funeral home for face value of the policy, because that counts towards her resources. So that makes her above resources. Another thing that she can do with the life insurance policy that we've, one of TJC's, a friend of TJC in West Tennessee, who's an attorney, she's had success doing this, is getting a family member to buy the life insurance policy for the cash value amount, and then they take that on, they start making the payments, and they can assign a new beneficiary. After Jolene completes her QIT and spends down her resources, she's approved for Choices Group 1. Okay, so we told Jolene to spend down her resources, but we should remind Jolene that she cannot give money away. So TennCare, there's a rule that says that a Choices applicant cannot have transferred assets for less than fair market value for the 5 years preceding the application. If TennCare finds that an applicant has done that, they will assess a penalty period. The penalty period will, the length of the penalty period will correlate to the value of the asset that was transferred for less than fair market value. Let's look at a scenario for that. Jolene has a 2008 Buick worth $10,000. She sells the car to Juliet for $4,000. How will this affect Jolene's eligibility? So the fair market value of the car is $10,000, but she sells it for $4,000. Was an asset given away for less than it was worth? What is the uncompensated value of the asset? Fair market value minus received value equals $6,000. Okay, so the value of the asset that was transferred, that the not permitted value or transfer of assets, how TennCare determines how long the penalty period is going to be is based on the value of that asset. So you divide the uncompensated value, in this case $6,000, by the average daily cost of nursing facility care. 2016, it's $182.42 a day. That means for 32 days, TennCare will not pay for costs for Jolene. What are your remedies if the penalty period is assessed? First of all, you should make sure that a penalty period is even being assessed, because we've also seen that folks are being outright denied based on a transfer of assets for less than fair market value, and a penalty period should be assessed. So what are your options? Well, one, you can wait, but I mean, of course, we're assuming that this asset is gone. The person cannot be spending the value of this asset on their care. It's not accessible to them anymore. The second thing, you can ask the recipient to give the asset back. Obviously, this really only works in the family context. And lastly, you can apply for a hardship waiver. You have to demonstrate that your life or health would be in danger without the supports and services, and or that you'd be denied basic necessities like food, shelter, electricity, and heat. Okay, so that was regular choices. I'm going to jump right into ECF choices, employment and community first. Actually, if anyone for just a minute has a question about regular choices, I guess I can answer that now, or we can wait till the end. Sure.
So, does that little trigger thing about the bank account?
Yes.
Choices 2 also, or just choices 1? Just the nursing home.
So,
Okay, so
yes.
you take the money out of the bank account and you pay the nursing home.
Yes.
What is getting the helping home? You pay the home care price, or that only works for nursing?
So that's a great question. The question is, does the QIT only solve your issue of being over the income limit if you're receiving care in a facility? And I will be honest that I've never encountered someone who needed a QIT and were receiving home and community-based services. If we have any partners in the room who want to weigh in on this, is that what you're against for?
The excess amount of $21.99 goes into the QIT. That can be claimed by TennCare. So pretty much something over. So yes, $3,000. It needs to go to the QIT.
Does that answer your question, or is this something we should follow up on post-training?
Something over $21.99, you can go to this qualified. You can only keep $21.99 if you are receiving choices.
Does that answer your question?
I'm trying to figure out, so I'm the patient who was in that number 3
Okay.
Okay? So she was getting all these community resources. I mean, you know, people were coming into her house to take care of her. So I guess my question is, if I could prove that she would have been unsafe, you know, we had guilty we were talking about, and then she was getting the community-based services, she was a little bit over the income, she's getting these community resources, but she's paying money to that.
I think that maybe after this, if you want to email or call me, I can look into it. So it's again one of those things where a lot of times, you know, questions are posed, I just have to kind of look into it. So if that works for you, do you have something to?
Do you ask, can she pay for extra help from the QIP?
So you can use, yeah, so you can use this trust within this year of TennCare. So that money just sits in there, and but it can be used for certain circumstances, to pay for certain healthcare expenses. And then at the end, so let's say she passed away that never moved into choices one, then those dollars would go to TennCare.
Sorry.
That's my understanding of how it works.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Russ?
There's another exception to the transfer rule. If you can establish the transfer was not made for the purpose of obtaining eligibility for choices. We're going to be skeptical about that, but particularly if you transferred 3 or 4 years ago and you can establish there was no real expectations that you're going to need choices.
Okay, thank you, Russ.
Sure. There's another exception to the transfer rule, and that's where you can convince TennCare that the transfer was not for the purposes of obtaining eligibility. For example, if you transfer $5,000 and then the next day apply for choices, you're going to have a hard time persuading them that you didn't transfer for the purpose. If you transferred 3 years ago when you were in good health, I have had clients who have been able to obtain an exception because the transfer was not made for the purpose of obtaining eligibility.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to, yes.
This may be a picky question, but I'm just wondering about Jolene's car. Is it a countable resource?
So it's $2,000, the resource limits are $2,000 excluding one car and one home.
In one home, so since she lives with her daughter, her car would be a resource?
Her car is not a resource, it's excluded.
Okay, so in that example of the look back, where she sold it,
Well, then she has this cash though. So she no longer has the car itself is the excludable resource. Once she has the cash for the value of the car, that's just
so if
cash.
she gets the car back, then it's nothing else.
That's right.
Does she have to give cash back?
No, this is wonderful. Okay, so in that scenario, I'm forgetting already, but the car was valued at $10,000. She sold it for $4,000. You're saying if she gets the car back, she should probably give back the money. But I mean, that's just based on how I see the scenario. I'm not like I don't know the rules aside from that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Looking equal. Okay. All right. Now, employment and community first choices. ECF choices. ECF choices is meant to serve children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who meet certain priority categorization, level of care criteria, and financial eligibility criteria. So this is kind of my main slide. I'm going to keep referring back to this to bring us back to what the purposes of ECF are. First, how to become an applicant for ECF choices. 2 ways, through referral and through self-referral. Also, actually, let me break for a second and just say that ECF Choices, I'm sure many of you know, is a very new program. And so, you know, the way that TJC learns a lot about the intricacies of how these things work is through individual cases oftentimes. At this point, we don't really have any ECF cases. So if there are folks in the room who have knowledge based on things they've seen as this program has rolled out, if you want to share that with me during this, if we have time afterwards, I would love, we'd love to have that so that we can share with folks who we encounter in the future. Okay, so how you become an applicant for ECF choices, through referral and through self-referral. Referral is if you are already on the DIB waiver or on the DIB waiver waiting list, you are automatically referred to ECF choices. Now, just because you referred to ECF choices does not mean you're going to start receiving those services. You still have to, you still have to declare that you're interested in the services. You still have to submit documentation proving that you fit into a priority category, but just know that the referral source is primarily through the DIB waiver. Self-referral, there's a form online that's called self-referral form. A person can fill it out on their own. If the person is on TennCare, they can contact their MCO to help them fill out the self-referral form. That's if their MCO is Blue Care or America, because United is not participating. If the person is on United, they need to contact it. If the person is not on TennCare, they also contact it. Again, ECF is meant to serve children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who meet certain, first we're going to talk about priority categorization. So, how to become an applicant for ECF choices. We just talked about either through self-referral or through referral. Based on those two forms, I'm sorry, it's actually one form, just depends on how TennCare receives the form. TennCare will make a determination regarding whether the person fits into a priority category. For the purposes of today, I've divided these categories into three. First, individuals with emergent needs. There are 6 emergent needs listed in the rules. Also, just for the purposes of today, I'm going to kind of throw in a 7th one that's not actually in that list of the rules, but it's someone who has multiple and complex health issues. The other emergent needs are things like a caregiver is recently deceased or can no longer care for the individual. If the individual or others around the individual, their health or safety or welfare is at risk. The second priority category, individuals who are employed, seeking employment, or desire to be employed. Again, this is just for the purposes of today that I've grouped all of those in one box. These are actually also 6 different priority categories based on the person's age and where they are in the employment seeking process. The whole goal of this program is all tied to emphasizing an integrated community and employment. And lastly, individuals with an aging caregiver 75 years or older. Priority categories. If TennCare determines an individual is in a priority category, the individual is now an applicant and will continue with the application process. If TennCare determines the individual does not fit into a priority category, the individual is placed on a referral list, which from our understanding is basically a waiting list. An individual does not have an appeal right as to TennCare's priority determination. So whether they were put in a priority category at all, or which one of those priority categories they're put in, they do not have an appeal right in terms of having a right to a fair hearing, but they can request a kind of lesser review and administrative review. It'll be more superficial. Again, ECF is meant to serve children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who meet certain level of care criteria. The level of care criteria, there are 2 different levels of need. They're similar in name to regular choices. So the first one is they meet the nursing facility level of care. So we talked about that a minute ago. That's the whole acuity scale based on the activities of daily living. The second is for those who are at risk of nursing facility placement. Now with regular choices, at risk meant having a substantial deficit in one of the activities. For ECF choices, at risk, if you have an intellectual disability, it means you have limitations in 2 or more adaptive skills areas. If you have a developmental disability, it means you have a substantial functional limitation in 3 or more major life activities. The way that these needs are assessed, there should actually be a plus sign in between those 2 blue bubbles because it's both things, it's not an either or. So the way that the needs are assessed is both by PAE, what we talked about earlier, that the activities of daily living, as well as by the inventory for client and agency planning. That's going to take into behavioral, cognitive, other types of support needs, life skills assessments, those things into consideration. So ECF is meant to serve children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who meet certain financial eligibility criteria. So I learned last night after I spoke to Diana from Tennessee Disability Coalition, and through speaking to Diana, I actually realized that I jumped the gun on this slide because this is how this will look in phase 2 of ECF. For phase 1, it's a little bit different. So the three purple boxes, individuals employed, just pretend like those are not even on the slide because those will not come into play until phase 2. So we'll look at yellow and we'll look at red. Yellow, for the purposes of phase 1, regardless of the level of services you need, the income requirement is going to be the same. You're either an SSI recipient or you make income of less than $21.99 a month. Okay, so the box in yellow, individual requires nursing facility level of services. Either you're an SSI recipient or you make below 30% of the federal benefit rate. The pink box, individuals who are at risk of requiring nursing facility level services, at this point during phase 1, they are going to have the same requirements as the yellow box. SSI recipient, $21.99 a month. It will not become a tiered system in terms of income until phase 2. Resources are SSI like $2,000. All right, there are 3 groups of services in ECF choices, 4, 5, and 6. Each group has a specific population the group is targeting, certain benefits, and an expenditure cap. 4 is essential family supports. 5 is essential supports for employment and independent living. 6 is comprehensive supports for employment and community living. Here's a chart you can refer to. I thought it was just easier to view as a chart so you can kind of compare the different services, the different expenditure caps, the different first-year enrollment limits for each group. Here are some examples of possible employment services and supports that might be available to someone depending on what their needs are. Okay, so TJC will soon offer a webinar on ECF choices as we start to learn more and more about the program. And like I said earlier, I would love it if you all would keep in touch about what you're seeing as it rolls out because our knowledge at this point is a little bit limited. Does anyone have questions or comments about choices for ECF choices? Yes?
I missed the dates on this phase 1 of the rollout.
Yes, so this is phase, so the question was, I missed the dates on what's phase 1 and when does phase 2 start. I don't actually know the answer to that question. Does anyone else in the room know the answer? No. Okay, we'll have to get back to you. Sorry. Anything else?
Lynn.
Yes. Hi, Andy.
Hi. So I have a quick point about choices in general as we move into the redetermination season. And that is that if somebody is on TennCare and on choices, and they receive a renewal packet, those wonderful hundred-some page pieces of work that we're all navigating through, they do not, being on choices, you and I figured this out last week, right, actually makes you automatically eligible for TennCare. And so, stay in touch as we decide what to do with people who are fitting into that category. Right now, we're writing letters and we TennCare with them a hard time about it.
Yes, and to Andy's point, I should have mentioned at the beginning of this that choices and ECF choices are not only a basket of services if you are already on TennCare, but they are also a hook to make you eligible for TennCare. So if you're receiving choices for ECF choices, you're also getting everything that's included with regular TennCare. Any other questions? Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So hi, my name is Devon Sago, and I'm the King Child Health Fellow. And today I'm going to speak to you about medically needy spend down. So medically needy spend down is a way for children up to age 21 and pregnant women with high medical expenses and an income too high for other categories to receive TennCare. So one big difference to know is that for regular TennCare, it only covers kids up to 19, but for medically needy spend down, it covers people up to 21. So medically needy spend down is a non-MAGI category, and although you apply on the marketplace doesn't screen for medically needy spend down. So you need to follow up this application with Tennessee Health Connection, with an appeal to Tennessee Health Connection. And these are just the income limits for medically needy spend down. So your monthly household income has to be below these limits, after subtracting for different medical expenses. And something to keep in mind is for the household size for pregnant women, it's going to include the child she's pregnant with. Another thing that's different that I just learned yesterday actually is that for children, it's also going to include, the household size will also include the unborn child. So just to help this graph to make more sense. So for example, if I was a woman and I was pregnant and my household size was 2 and my monthly income was about $3,500, I would have to spend down to $258. So I would need about, well, does anyone want to guess about how much I would need in medical expenses to spend down to this much? Anyone? We can give candy. So basically you have to subtract the 3,500 minus 258. So about how much would that be? If anyone has a calculator. Great, thank you. Someone can give them candy. So you would need about $3,242 in medical bills. Does that make sense to everyone? Or should we go over that again with another one? So like if I change it and my household size was 3 people, I would have to spend down to $317, and then like that would change the number of medical bills I would need, if that makes sense. Sorry, it's a little complicated. And then next, we're just going to talk about some bills that count for your spend down limit. Thanks. So the bills that count are bills that you've incurred during the month of application and the previous 3 months. It could also include older bills if you pay them during the month of application. And something to really keep in mind is that bills from the entire family count. And then also, the coverage for medically needy spend down starts from the date of application or when the spend down amount is reached, and it lasts for 12 months. And then some other bills that can count. So your health insurance premiums would count for 4 months. This would be your month of application and then the prior 3 months. Also, the transportation to and from health services would count, about 47 cents per mile. Over-the-counter medications will count, I think, up until $20, but you can check. If you want to follow along, we're on page 10 of the TJC toolkit. And then also vision, dental, and hearing aid services will count, and some medical equipment and supplies. So something that's different about medically needy spend down is because it's a non-MAGI category, there are some resource limits that apply. And a way that I remember the resource limits is basically for the first person, you're allowed to have $2,000, for the second person, $3,000, and then for every subsequent person, only $100 per person. So if I had a household of 3, my resource limit would be about $3,100. Or it would be $3,100, sorry. So for medically needy spend down, when you apply on the marketplace, if your eligibility notice doesn't say that the applicant might be eligible for TennCare, what you want to do is to click the box and the section titled Full Medicaid Determination, then press Send to Medicaid, and then take a screenshot and save the screenshot, and then immediately submit an eligibility appeal to Tennessee Health Connection. And then this is just the page you see, and this is the page you want to take a screenshot of. And then these are just some practice tips in terms of applying for medically needy spend down. So back to the slide about resources. Some of the resources that count for this limit, your home doesn't count. Your first car usually doesn't count, it only counts up to $4,600 of what it's worth. So you want to ask people, so your first car almost never counts. If a family has multiple cars, you want to ask them if they're leased or if they still owe money on them. And then also, because the marketplace doesn't screen for medically needy spend down, you just want to make it really easy for TennCare to screen you. So something that we kind of do is just to make like an Excel spreadsheet, and you want to list the date of service and not the statement date on the bills. You also want to list the amount that you had to pay, and then probably what it was for. And just remember that parents and siblings bills count as well. And then also, healthy kids can qualify too if the bills are high enough. And you can include all children as applicants on the application. So, this is a coffee break, but first, do you have any questions? So the question is, a single man cannot qualify for medically needs spin down, and the answer is no. It's only for children up to age 21 and pregnant women.
One of the things I've encountered with medically needs spin down is a 19-year-old, 20-year-old doesn't live with mom and dad. When you try to do the application in the marketplace, sure. So let's say I have a 19-year-old who lives by himself, doesn't live with mom and dad, or siblings. But they have no credit history, so you go on the marketplace, the identity, they call experience still can't verify identity. So I just print that off, and then I do a paper application, fax it to the same year, after that I faxed it, print that, I can submit the application, as long as I verify identity, and then it goes through the whole appeal process, we go to court, and all that. Is there any easier way to handle that?
So I'm just going to repeat the question for the webinar. So I think your question is basically that some 19 and 20-year-olds don't live with their parents, and it may be hard to screen for medically needs spin down. I've actually never encountered that, but I'll toss it back out to the room if someone else has encountered it and has any advice. Thank you for that question, by the way.
You just have to call the marketplace and have them submit the application on the other side. No, they can do it. I do it with people with no social security, that they're going to give you some pushback. But if you have you have to verify, tell them that you have to applicate the information there. They can complete it on that side. It's not a cheap bag. You have to check the little box to report it to Medicare company and doing an appeal for it, so it doesn't screen. But you actually complete the application online, the marketplace representative is able to do that when they can't verify it, and they can complete it on their side as long as you verify that you've seen and you have that ID and whatever right there with you. If they push back, hang up and call again, you get somebody else.
Also, keep going. Also, I think between 12 and 1, we're going to have a Q&A. Gordon Bauman and Rob Watkins will be answering questions, so maybe they can answer that question specifically. Sorry.
I'm gonna jump in here one more time. Sorry, everybody. So I think directly your question is there any way to handle it besides going through the appeal process? Is that one facet of your question?
No, I was just having.
Yeah.
Manager, I went on like 3 hours, and they said, we still can't verify that it is something else. I said, I can't go back tomorrow, we won't get eligibility. I have to have it done today. So, I mean, I had to go figure out, well, that way this takes longer, but I'm like, surely 19-year-olds who have no credits, there's a way to do it, it's just like your fast way.
Yeah, the answer is there is no fast way to medically needs spin down. I think that's the gist of it.
All right, y'all. We promised you a break, and we're going to give it to you. So you'll have a 15-minute break to get coffee. If you have not signed in, please go and sign in at the registration table. It's really important that we log everyone who is here. Also, please take photos at our photo booth with the hashtag TJCTrain2016. The person who tweets the most or use our hashtag most gets a free t-shirt. And one more thing, we're going to give away a couple free prizes before you walk out that door. I'm going to draw 3 different names, and if I draw your name, you're going to get a TJC prize. So the first name I'm going to draw is for a free pair of TJC sunglasses. Alice Bowen gets sunglasses. So come down and see me during the break. The next is for a TJC mug. Sheila Shipley Biddy, you get a free mug. And the last is for a TJC t-shirt. Maria Campbell, you get a free TJC t-shirt. So come find me during the break and I'll give you your things. You have 15 minutes, guys. Thank you.
It's like my only time I feel so good.
All right, if everyone could start getting back to their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started in the next 1 to 2 minutes, so try and get back to your seats. We're on schedule now.
What's that?
We're on schedule now.
Okay, good.
So.
Right, it's fast anyway. But. Yeah. Hi, bud. How you doing? I'm gonna smack that thing so hard again. In fact, I'm gonna click my pen on it all the time so I don't break it. Wouldn't that be awesome? Probably not. There you go. So you can't. Stop. Right. I don't think I've gotten one on yet. I've got 25 minutes. 10:45 or 10:35.
I must take some steering.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I marked up 15 minutes for my part, so you got time to see this. It's been questions. That means you're home.
All right, folks, we're going to get started again. Now they've officially given me a microphone. I don't have to steal it from the back, so this is a good thing. All right, I am Andy Hofer. I am a client advocate and the intake coordinator at Tennessee Justice Center. And I am going to go through some other categories with you, some things that are hard to fit into normal sections. I tried to get my intern to make the fish jumping out a different color, but he totally wouldn't do it. So he's right here if anybody wants to give him a hard time for it. All right, other categories. We're going to cover all of these in a little bit more detail over the course of about 15, 20 minutes here. But we're going to go through breast and cervical cancer, former foster children, emergency Medicaid, which I know there were some questions about yesterday, institutionalized individuals, and hospice care. How these are covered, how you keep people on, so on and so forth. Let's start with breast and cervical cancer. I think that we all are pretty familiar with the screening program that Tennessee has. And basically, if they go through that screening program and it turns out that they do have breast or cervical cancer and they are underinsured or uninsured and in need of active treatment for breast or cervical cancer, they can get TennCare for that. Caveat, they must not have access to other insurance that covers cancer treatment. So anybody who's on a private employer plan that covers cancer treatment, which is likely to do, TennCare is not going to cover that. And the state uses the screening program's income limit of 250% of the FPL. So once they qualify for that screening program, they go in, they get screened, they are already qualified for TennCare. And there is no resource limit, fortunately. So we don't need to think about what to exclude or what to include. We just don't have to worry about it at all. Now, unlike most TennCare categories, you have to go to the county health department to get presumptive eligibility for TennCare when you've got breast or cervical cancer. Just like other presumptive eligibility categories, you also need to apply through the marketplace. So remember, with any presumptive eligibility, it's a two-tier process. First, PE, second, full application. And if we follow those steps right, there should be no lapse in coverage. Just make sure that you're keeping all of your documentation. So that's it, breast and cervical cancer, fairly straightforward one. All you need to remember is screening program. Then we've got former foster children. Foster children are a unique category, and if they fulfill 3 conditions, they can have coverage until they're 26. Remember, under the ACA, parents can keep children on their insurance until they're 26, while foster kids were considering the state their parent, and so therefore they get to stay on the state's insurance until they're age 26. You must apply through the marketplace, and the three necessary requirements are that they age out of foster care while in Tennessee. So they're in foster care and they turn 18. That's 1 and 2. They also must be on TennCare when they turn 18. If those 3 conditions are satisfied, they can win the lottery, and they're still eligible for TennCare. There is no income limit, there is no resource limit, they're simply staying on the state's insurance plan. So now we've got breast and cervical cancer, remember screening program, and we've got former foster children, remember no questions asked. Next we're going to move into emergency Medicaid. Something went wrong. Emergency Medicaid is meant to cover undocumented immigrants and immigrants in the 5-year bar. So people who aren't going to get TennCare through some other means because they're categorically ineligible. There is a 4-prong test for emergency Medicaid, and this will speak to one of the questions that came through the webinar yesterday. And Tennessee loves its conjunctive test too. So there's an and between each and every one of these clauses. You have to satisfy 4 different conditions before you are qualified for emergency Medicaid. First, the patient is undocumented or a non-qualified immigrant. And the care meets the standard of emergency care. What that means exactly is a whole nother can of worms. I'm not going to get into it right up here. If you have questions about it, I can field some of those and perhaps refer them to one of our staff attorneys when we get into the question and answer session. Or, of course, you can always send me an email and we'll work it out from there. So the patient is undocumented non-qualified immigrant and the care meets the standard of emergency care. We're only halfway there. The patient's condition meets the sudden onset requirement. So it happened today. It's an emergency. And fourth, the patient is otherwise categorically and financially eligible for Medicaid. So we all know that these 4 prongs, because of that very last one, that they must be categorically and financially eligible for Medicaid, that turns it into like a 7 or 8 prong test at least. This is a complicated thing, whether or not somebody is eligible for emergency Medicaid. But nonetheless, they do provide hugely valuable services to people who can get on it. So we've got breast and cervical cancer, remember, screening program. We've got former foster children, remember, no questions asked. And we've got emergency Medicaid, remember, something went wrong. Moving on to institutionalized TennCare. It covers some individuals who have been institutionalized more than 30 days. So we've got a couple terms to define here. The first is, what is an institution exactly? Well, it's not a psychiatric hospital. I think that's the most important thing that you need to know, unfortunately, and that's where a lot of people do get institutionalized for more than 30 days, but it won't count. It can be a nursing home, a residential treatment center, or a hospital other than a psychiatric ward. They must have income below $21.99 per month, so same numbers as Emily Quinlan was throwing out there. And they must have resources below $2,000. So now we're into a category that's back to income limits and resource limits. As far as what, if you've got a married individual who's institutionalized, what counts as their resource and what counts as the community spouse's resource is going to follow the same rules as choices. So I'm happy to answer questions about what that is, but I will be referring them to the back row for Emily Quinlan to answer. Now we're up to 4. We've got breast and cervical cancer, remember, screening program. We've got former foster children, no questions asked. We've got institutional, and we've got emergency Medicaid, something went wrong, and institutionalized individuals. Boring building, I don't know what the catchphrase is for institutionalized individuals, but. Now, hospice. Hospice, again, the application method is a little bit different. You're going to apply using the LTSS application, the Long-Term Services and Supports application. Just like the last one that we talked about, just like institutionalized individuals, it's going to follow a lot, the hospice is going to follow a lot of the same rules as choices. So the financial criteria in particular is the exact same as choices. They've just kind of integrated the rules. Except there is no PAE. So we've got the physical, remember with choices, we've got the physical component, the PAE, the medical needs, and then we've got the financial component. With hospice care, we're not going to worry about the physical component, the medical conditions. And the hospice care will last for 6 months. That's it for the other categories. Pretty straightforward. We've got breast and cervical cancer, remember, screening program. Former foster children, no questions asked. Emergency Medicaid, something went wrong. Institutionalized individuals, and hospice. Now we've got a few scenarios that I'm going to turn it over to Kyla Franks, and she's going to run through the practice test with you.
All right. So we're going to do some practice scenarios, try and put some of this stuff into practice and see, you may recognize some of these questions from your pre-test, and you may see them again on your post-test. So if you want to feel good and get those questions right, pay attention. So this is a little bit different from your pre-test, but kind of the same principle. So what we're going to use, and you may want to go ahead and turn to this before I go through the scenario. If you go through your TJC toolkit and go to page 7. This has our TJC coverage cheat sheet. So you can use this when you're trying to determine whether someone's household income makes someone eligible for a certain category. And we wanted to refer people to this so you know how to use our resources. So let's look at this scenario. Deacon and Raina, who are from the TV show Nashville. If you weren't here yesterday, we base our scenarios on the TV show Nashville. Deacon and Raina have 2 children. Maddie is 16 years old and Daphne is 12 years old. They make $5,500 a month. Let's just assume that their countable income is going to be $5,500. There's no tricky things with counting income right here. So using this coverage cheat sheet, what do you think Deacon is eligible for? Yeah, premium tax credits, right? Are we all getting that? Okay, good. So Raina as well, premium tax credits. What about Maddie and what about Daphne? If you shout it out, we can give you candy if you answer correctly. Yeah, I heard medically needy spend down. That's great. So whoever answered that gets candy from Nicole. Raise your hand. So when you're looking at this family and you see that their income is too high for Cover Kids, for TennCare, remember to think maybe they're eligible for medically needy spend down and maybe I need to ask some follow-up questions. So you ask those follow-up questions about medical bills. And you learn that Maddie was diagnosed with a brain tumor and has undergone surgery. She has $4,500 in medical bills from the past 3 months that were not covered by the family's other insurance. They also have $4,000 in their bank account. So let's screen for medically needy spend down. If you want to turn to page 10 of your toolkit. So for a family of 4, what is the spend down income standard, the spend down limit? $325. So let's remember that their household income is $5,500. They have $4,500 in medical bills. Have they reached that income standard? No. So what else could you ask to see if they might be eligible for medically needy spend down? What else would count in addition to medical bills? You can look at what else would count in this column right here. What else counts towards meeting that spend down income standard? Insurance premiums, right, so you know they have other insurance. What are their insurance premiums? Some candy. What else would count? Just shout them out. You can read from this list. Transportation, that counts. Yep. Eyeglasses, dental bills, all of these things would count. So if you're like, oh, they don't have enough in medical bills, ask these follow-up questions and see if they can reach that spend down standard. So the last thing for medically needy spend down is resource limits. Do they meet the resource limit? For a family of 4, it is $3,200. Do they reach? They have $4,000 in their bank account. No. So do you give up? Do you say, oh no, they're not eligible? I wouldn't. What you could do is you could ask, one thing that would also count towards the spend down standard is medical bills that are paid in the month of application no matter how old they are. Ask if they have an old bill they haven't paid, or no matter how old. If they pay that during the month of application, they can spend down their resources and meet that spend down standard. So the idea is just to think creatively. There's other ways to be eligible for medically needed spend down, and to think about those questions you could ask and use this toolkit. Look at it. Say, what else would count? How could I make them so that they are resource eligible? And if you have any questions, please refer them to us. So let's say you do all of that. She spends down what's in the bank account. She meets the income, the spend down standard. So that's great. So Maddie is now eligible for TennCare through medically needed spend down. What about this other daughter, Daphne, who's 12 years old? Exactly. She is also eligible for medically needed spend down. Even though she's healthy, all children are going to be eligible for medically needed spend down in that household. So she can apply for TennCare through medically needed spend down as well. Great job. All right, so just to reiterate just a couple more of these things, that's their income standard is $325, got to get them down to that amount. These are all the things that count, and you have this in your toolkit. Bills from the whole family count, that's something I didn't say, but make sure you kind of ask about bills from the whole family. And coverage will start from when the spend down amount is reached. And these are the resource limits. So after $3,000, you add 100 for every additional family member. All right, let's move on to practice scenario 2. So, Mary Jo Campbell, we were switching gears a little bit. This isn't based on the show Nashville. This is actually stemming off of the Kardashians, which we introduced yesterday as in our scenarios, trying to put a little recognizable faces in here. So Mary Jo Campbell received both Social Security and SSI checks in 1976 through 1978. However, her SSI was terminated in March 1978 because she started receiving a private pension that, added to her Social Security benefits, raised her income to an amount above the 1978 SSI income limits. Since the 1978, there have been gradual increases in her income. She now receives a Social Security benefit of $1,328 per month, which happens to be the average monthly benefit for retired workers. Her private pension is $275 a month, giving her a total of $1,603 monthly. That's her income. So thinking back to those SSI disability categories, what might you think to screen for? Pickle, exactly. If this just raises a red flag, remember those red flags? This raises that red flag. She got SSDI and SSI in the same month, lost SSI, and because of SSDI, that's raising a red flag. Let's look at pickle. So, if you want to look on page 22 of your toolkit, this will help you when raise that red flag. Someone might be eligible for pickle. You want to figure out if they're eligible for pickle. Use our toolkit. Pages 22 and 23. 22 and 23 in our toolkit will help you with screening someone for pickle. But we'll do it together. So that last month in which she received both Social Security and SSI was March 1978. So you look at page 23, this chart up here, find where March 1978 was, and then what is the corresponding reduction factor? 0.260. So what you're doing with that reduction factor is you're going to multiply her current Social Security benefit of $1,328 by that reduction factor. That gives you $345. You add that to her other income, and that gives you $620. Everyone following so far? Raise your hand if you're not. Okay, good. So in 2016, the current income limit for SSI is $753 for an individual. What she's making, her pickled income, that $620, is less than the current SSI limit. So, therefore, she is eligible under the pickle amendment income-wise. We're just looking at income for pickle. that make sense? All right. So those are our scenarios. Keep those in mind when you're filling out the post-test. I'm now going to briefly introduce a new program, Hospital Presumptive Eligibility. This is something that TJC hasn't really seen in the wild, and we know some of you here are from hospitals that are participating in this. We would really love to hear about how this is working during the Q&A portion, or if we have a little bit of time after I present, just to hear how this is working in the wild. But for those of you who don't work at hospitals, we wanted to alert you that this is something new that is happening, so you're aware of it, and this is just a brief introduction of that. So it started on July 1st, 2016, and you can get temporary TennCare eligibility through hospitals. The temporary eligibility is 62 days. So within that, if you fill out a marketplace application, by the end of the month following the month that you got the presumptive eligibility, you keep the temporary TennCare eligibility until the final determination is made on your application. But if you don't, then it's the 62 days. So these are the people who can get presumptive eligibility. It's going to be the MAGI categories. So children up to age 19, pregnant women, parents and caretaker relatives, but not medically needy spend down. That's not one of the MAGI categories. So even if you're looking at children, you think they could be eligible for medically needy spend down, that's not something they can get through hospital presumptive eligibility. Also, the hospitals can grant presumptive eligibility to former foster children up to age 26, the category that Andy just introduced. So just an important thing to note, individuals cannot have more than one presumptive eligibility period in 2 calendar years unless you're a pregnant woman. Then you can have that presumptive eligibility each time that you are pregnant. And it begins on and includes the date of the PE determination. So again, like everything else, it starts on that date of application. So any hospitals that were participating in newborn presumptive eligibility now have to execute an agreement to continue doing newborn presumptive eligibility. However, any hospital that's participating in the hospital presumptive eligibility program can also perform newborn presumptive eligibility determinations. The list of all the hospitals that are participating in this is on TennCare's website. So if you're curious about who is participating, we have a list and you can look on the website as well. All right, one thing just to note is that the requirements for the hospital from July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017, there has to be a minimum of 93% of individuals who are approved for PE subsequently determined to be eligible for TennCare within that presumptive eligibility period. After that, it goes up to 95%, then 97%. So these are fairly strict requirements. Some hospitals may be disincentivized from participating, but it's just something to note that some of the requirements for hospitals are strict. So if you have any questions, let me know, or we would love to also hear. I think we have a little bit of time right now. If anyone works at a hospital and is participating in this and can give any information about how this is working on the ground, we would also love to hear from you. If not, that's okay too. Is there anyone who works at a hospital who wants to talk about this? All right. Save your questions and bring them up at the Q&A session. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, and we know that this is a long training. We're going to give you a micro break of about 5 minutes. So you can stretch, get coffee, go to the bathroom, take a micro break, come back in 5 minutes. We know that this is a lot, so enjoy your micro break before we go in for more information. Thanks, guys.
Hang around. You want to get started, or you? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Why don't we get started on the next fun topic, which is redeterminations. I'm Gordon Bonneman with Tennessee Justice Center, and I'm glad to be here and appreciate you all coming. We're going to talk now about the TennCare redetermination process, and just by way of clarification, you'll hear the process described as redeterminations, renewals, recertifications, re-verifications. Just to make an otherwise scintillating topic all the more exciting, TennCare itself refers to the process by various terms. The periodic redetermination of eligibility for Medicaid enrollees, or of course Medicaid in Tennessee being known as TennCare, is a federal requirement. All Medicaid beneficiaries are required to have their eligibility reassessed on a 12-month basis. If they are eligible as MAGI enrollees, they are not allowed to have it assessed more frequently than every 12 months. The state is required to extend coverage for all enrollees whose current eligibility can be determined without having to ask them any questions. It's called ex parte review. In the case of Tennessee, what they did was look at food stamp, or SNAP, as it's now called, SNAP records at the Department of Human Services, to see whether the individual who is on TennCare who needs to be redetermined already has financial information on file in connection with the SNAP record, and if it showed that the person's household was eligible, they were automatically renewed without hearing anything from the state other than that they were still on the program. They are required by federal law, the state agencies are required to afford enrollees an opportunity to provide information that may be necessary but missing. So, for example, if the state has some information about the person's household composition, income, but needs more, they can't make a decision based on what they have without asking for additional information and affording the person an opportunity to provide that information. They're required, states are required to provide assistance in person and by phone. And they are required, this is very important, to assess eligibility in all open categories. As you know by now, or will soon learn, there are multiple numbers of different categories of coverage through which people can be eligible for Medicaid. And often people are eligible in several categories at one time. If you get put into the system as eligible in a certain pigeonhole and you cease to be eligible in that particular category, the state can't simply turn off your coverage. They have to determine, are you eligible in any other open categories. And if they determine that you're ineligible for TennCare, the state is required to determine whether you're eligible for other insurance affordability programs, including Cover Kids, premium tax credits, and cost-sharing reductions. And they are required to electronically transfer your record to the marketplace if they determine that you are eligible for one of those other programs so that you can qualify and receive the premium tax credits and CSRs. And you're required, the state is required to notify you of their decision. For their part, the enrollees are required to keep TennCare informed of any changes in their contact information, report changes in income or household composition, fill out and return the redetermination or renewal packets within 40 days, and provide supporting documentation as required by the state. And often the return of the renewal packets, as they are known, TennCare, if you Google TennCare redeterminations, it will take you to a page that's called redeterminations. But if you look at the terminology that they use to describe the packets that people receive and are to complete and return, they refer to that as renewal. Oftentimes, the return of a renewal packet will trigger
a request for documentation, proof of income, for example, or of immigration status. The state, by the way, for example, on immigration status, is supposed to not ask for information they already have. So if they already have documentation of your immigration status, they shouldn't be asking for that. But they can ask for information they don't have, and the state gives you 10 days within which to return that information. Very importantly, there is a right on the part of enrollees if they are terminated. For example, they don't get the information back in time, they don't return the renewal packet, or they return the renewal packet, but they don't return additional information that is requested in a supplemental request within the time frame when they're terminated. They have 90 days from termination within which to submit the missing information, and that will be considered, and if they are eligible, approved for eligibility prospectively without their having to go back and submit a new application. Unfortunately, it does not go retroactively to the point where they're terminated, and that leaves a gap. So although it's much better than having to start over altogether, you really want to get those packets and information in a timely way so that you don't have a gap in coverage. So let's describe, that's the federal overview, the TennCare process. We're going to talk a lot more about that. I can see you're all on the edge of your seats, and there's much more to come. So we did the SNAP match, the food stamp match, in May through September a year ago. We sent out a mailing. We being TennCare, they would be horrified to hear me referring to them and myself as we, but in any event, the state sent out a confirmation mailing in October through December of last year. They sent a notice that said, has anything changed since you were signed up for TennCare? If not, you don't have to do anything. That was in boldface. We will continue your coverage. Unfortunately, if people were compulsive and read on, they would find that, in fact, they did have to do something. They had to sign a certification and mail it back. But fortunately, there were a number of people that weren't misled by the initial statement and did send it back, and so a bunch of people were redetermined that way with a simplified process. And then they came up with a renewal packet for everybody who's left. We think that's over 100,000 households, or rather, I'm sorry, 100,000 individuals. They started mailing those packets in December of last year, and then they stopped. There was some whining from certain unnamed advocates about the total inability to understand the packets or to make sense of them, the fact that they were often misleading or incomplete. Post-whining, the state made some modifications at the urging of CMS, and they resumed the process in June. There were a bunch of people who got the packets in December, didn't return them, and those people have now been terminated, is our understanding. So let's talk about the renewal packet, what you've been waiting for with bated breath, I know. There are a number of challenges to completing the renewal packet and hence the redetermination process so that people can keep their coverage. It requires a boatload of information. There's the problem that many enrollees, we are concerned, will not receive the redetermination packet. It's difficult to fill it out if you don't get it and don't know you're supposed to fill it out. There are individualized barcodes that are unique to each packet, so if people try to use forms that don't have their barcode, then they're not going to get redetermined. There are eligible immigration statuses that are not detected or picked up on in the way they framed the questions, along with a number of other important determinants of eligibility that the packets don't get. There are problems specifically with the questions related to resources or assets. And then, of course, there's the problem that people may just not be able or may fail for other reasons to take timely action. So think of this as a preschooler's board game with all sorts of scary alligators and bears and snakes and lions, oh my, along the way to getting completed redetermination packets. There are many snares along the way. Let's talk about the first. You can go to this link and download an example of a renewal packet. If you have hair, it will curl your hair for you when you read it. And if that's not enough to scare you, then just read the instruction packet. People are getting mailings that are 98 pages long because the part of it is instructions that are about 25 pages, and then there's the form itself that must be completed in both English. It's in both the English form and a Spanish form, so it's pretty intimidating. It is not pre-populated. The federal law and regulations have extensive safeguards. Among those are a requirement that the states, when they do redeterminations, there's this cardinal rule: don't ask for information you already have. They are required to pre-populate the forms with the information they already have, so that people only have to supply the missing information. Our state is not doing that. Our explanation is that we had the TennCare Eligibility Determination System, TEDS, a first cousin to the computer system known as PAL, that was a total debacle. And so we don't have a working computer system, and the state says, we can't pre-populate the forms, so what are you going to do, sue us? So for that reason, people are getting these packets and they're being asked to supply a lot of information that the state, in fact, already has, but that it may be difficult for the people themselves to document. As I said, the packet is 47 pages in English. The Spanish version is 51 pages. I guess the extra 4 pages are to make clear that TennCare is not shortchanging its Hispanic enrollees. There is a separate packet also on the website for the Choices program, long-term services and supports program known as Choices. And they're going more slowly in rolling that out. Our understanding is there were a couple of pilot mailings in August and September, primarily to the ECF population, that is, people who are enrolled in the what was formerly known as the DID, Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities waiver, and they are evaluating that. My understanding is only a few hundred people have gotten that so far. And we'll just write it down now. We'll be offering another exciting training when we know more about the Choices redetermination process. So I can see the excitement building. Yeah. Our fear that people may not be getting the packets is more than just the customary whining that some of us engage in, who remain nameless. But it's actually due to the fact that the state hasn't done redeterminations since 2013, the end of 2013. So we're coming up on 3 years. That means that for some people who have been redetermined the previous year, it's been 3 or 4 years since the state has had any contact with them. And keep in mind that in January 2014, the state, getting ready to launch TEDS, was confident that it no longer needed DHS workers, so there are no caseworkers assigned to folks. So, and along the way, we had a phone center contractor running Tennessee Health Connection that apparently had trouble with its own computer system and didn't log address changes as they were reported. So, a lot of people will not get the packet because current address information is not on record, either because they didn't know they were supposed to report it or because they did report it and it somehow didn't make it into the system. There is an address change form on the website. Some of us were doing, those whiners again, were doing outreach last year when the process started, trying to make sure that healthcare providers and advocates and everyone who touches the TennCare population knew the importance of the redetermination process and ensuring that people's current addresses are on file. We had encouraged people to send that information to the TennCare Bureau. They got really, really, really upset because it wasn't on the right form. There's now a form on the website. Please use that form. You can download it because we don't want them to be upset. They recommend reporting the changes by fax. The fax number is there, and as always, please say receipts or proof of contact communications with the Bureau. People will want to know, was I supposed to get a packet? Now keep in mind, there are about 1.5 million people on the TennCare program. Currently, about 1.2 million of those, or 1.3 million, are subject to redetermination by the state. The others are eligible by virtue of getting Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, and their redeterminations are done by the Social Security Administration. So out of that large group of more than 1 million people, fortunately, many of them were redetermined through the SNAP match process I described. Many more were approved through the certification, send back the certification, nothing's changed process a year ago. And we are now dealing with 100, perhaps 200,000 people who were supposed to get the packets. So the fact that people didn't get a packet doesn't necessarily mean that one was sent to the wrong address. Odds are they weren't supposed to get one. But it's prudent for everyone, unless they are eligible through SSI, to call the Tennessee Health Connection and find out what record they have on file. We've recently had cases where we confirmed that people that had stable addresses and been in the same location for 7 or 8 years did not get the packets. The state said mail those packets. We know that they didn't get them. We don't know what's going on. So it's not just a problem with address changes. And if you have clients or patients who don't get the packet for whatever reason, please let the Tennessee Justice Center know, because we are very worried that there is some sort of gremlin somewhere in the computer system, such as it is, that are misdirecting some of the mailings. But you can call TNHC, Tennessee Health Connection, and ask, and they can tell you whether you're going to get a packet. If the client or patient was supposed to get a packet and didn't, they can request a new one. Be sure, as always, to record the date and time of the communication and the name of the person with whom you spoke. Then there's the issue of individualized barcodes. There's been a problem with people submitting documents concerning their eligibility to the Tennessee Health Connection, and they call back and there's no record of it having arrived, even though they may have a fax receipt, or they may have, if it was mail, they may actually have a postal receipt showing delivery. And I think the underlying problem has been that the difficulty of dealing with obviously a lot of different people, a lot of different cases, and making sure that the files get connected to the right, documents get connected to the right files. So the Bureau has come up with a process of putting barcodes, unique identifiers, on the packets they're mailing out, which is good from the perspective of ensuring that they can trace what happens and make sure that it gets scanned into the right folder when it comes back. The problem, of course, is that if people send in documents without the barcode, or if someone unaware of the importance of the barcode says, well, I've got additional family members, or I've got a neighbor who lost her packet, and so I will copy that. If they're in the same household, it's okay, but if they're in another household, it's going to end up sending the information with the wrong file. Also, there's as we point out here, there's a problem with the instruction. It says you can use the barcode packet for people whose TennCare Cover Kids ended no more than 90 days ago. They should have said, but only if it's the same person to whom the barcoded packet was sent in the first place. Some people have read that to mean, oh, well, the barcodes only apply within 90 days. No, you've got a barcode coded unique identifier that needs to be used whenever. So don't make the copies of the redetermination packet for other people to use. Now this is a feature you've just got to love. What if multiple family members receive a redetermination packet? Each family member who receives a redetermination packet must fill it out in its entirety. And when I'm really admiring of yours, this one I see only a few people that are either playing computer games or can't resist the temptation to go to the website and download the renewal packet. Thanks for hanging in here with me. When you do download the renewal packet, you're going to see that it is written in terms of head of household and person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 1 being head of household. So the person completing the packet. So if you run out of pages of persons before you run out of household members, you're again supposed to make additional copies of those pages of that barcoded packet. But the problem is that they're sending several packets, in some cases, to people that live together in the same house. So that means it's possible for the husband to get a packet. It's important for him to return the packet in its entirety. The wife may get the packet. It's important for her to return the packet in its entirety. So when the husband fills out his packet, he will be person 1, the wife will be person 2. When she fills out her packet, she'll be person 1, he'll be person 2. Lots of opportunities for confusion, and even in the absence of confusion, just the pleasure of submitting the same information twice. But if you get a packet, you must return the packet. And when you return it, make sure that you keep proof of delivery. The question about immigration statuses, I will move through this quickly. It says, do you have immigration status? Yes, and then it fails to ask for a host of information that would qualify the person for eligibility. And since this is total mumbo jumbo to me, other people put together these slides, I'm going to speed through them. Just know that there are a lot of aliens out there that actually qualify, but they won't be picked up the way the packet is written. So take note of these categories and be aware of them so that if you're helping someone who is an alien, you can, which just creeps me out, you can help make sure that they are qualified even if the information doesn't it's asked for is not adequate. Resources, another pitfall, another snare, another scary trap. There is no reference to the exemption. So for example, they ask for your street address, the property that you own. Most people, unless they are certain nameless presidential candidates who are real estate developers and haven't paid taxes in 18 years, their real estate is going to consist largely or exclusively of their homestead, the place where they live. And as such, it is exempt as a resource. It doesn't count. There's no place to indicate that. So we suggest writing in there homestead. We've had a discussion about whether it's better to put down the value, answer their questions, and then write homestead. We think it's better to just write homestead. A lot of people won't know how much they owe on it. They won't know what it's worth. It will be difficult. It will add confusion. And then the thing that scares us the most is that people will just be overwhelmed, intimidated, befuddled, or otherwise gobsmacked and won't submit the applications or the follow-up information in a timely way. We don't know what the state is doing when it's asked for more time. It doesn't invite people or offer people the opportunity to ask for more time. When we did it in our office, it was a couple of days before the information was due, and the response from TNHC was, we will make a decision in 10 days and let you know. Well, if the answer is no, we're already toast. So, but it's important to send back the packet even if it's incomplete, because if you don't send it back, you're going to get nailed. It's also important if the person needs coverage and who that's being redetermined doesn't need coverage, it's important for them to request an appeal if they are terminated, and importantly, request within 10 days continuation of benefits. And this is kind of a gotcha deal. I'm not saying it's intentional, but that's the effect. If you go to this attachment, you'll see a request that says Wilson hearing, but it's not just Wilson hearing, it's eligibility appeals generally. So it applies here. The form is at the link indicated. And then you will find, has your coverage ended, is your coverage ending, and check this box if you want a continuation of benefits. Now it has the scary statement, if you keep your coverage during appeal and you lose, you may have to pay TennCare back. You should let your clients' patients know that there is no mechanism for the state to recover for services provided during this period. And although there is that theoretical legal right, they're not acting on it. It's not to be confused, of course, with the state recovery in the context of the Choices Program. But what they're talking about is if you appeal and we provide medical services to you while the appeal is pending, you ultimately lose, you'll have to pay it back. That's not happening right now. And people, our advice to people is it's up to you, but we hope you won't compromise your health status or that of your loved ones for fear of this happening, because we think preserving your coverage and your ability to access care should be your first priority. And as I said before, if care is terminated, people have 90 days within which to submit the missing information and be reconsidered. So we know that some people have already been terminated, and if you catch them within 90 days, make sure that they submit the missing information. If, as we hear is happening to some people, they only learn they've been terminated when they try to go fill a prescription or make a medical appointment and learn that they're no longer on the program, please let us know. Again, we're quite concerned about glitches that may be, or gremlins that may be compromising the communications between TennCare and their enrollees. As I said before, unlike the last time we did redeterminations before 2014, when there was a caseworker at DHS, there's no longer a caseworker. The packet does include instructions on where people can get assistance, including going to DHS. We'd like to hear if that's actually working. If you send people there, be sure to say, or to any of these other resources, be sure to say, but if it doesn't work, let me know, and we'll try to find some other way to help you. Now I'm going to talk in 13 seconds, warn this may cause your head to explode, about the gap filling rule. The Affordable Care Act, the idea was to try to achieve near universal coverage by making sure that people below the poverty level, actually below 138% of the poverty level, would have Medicaid. The people above that, up to 400% of poverty, would be able to buy qualified health plans on the marketplace with subsidies depending on a sliding scale and cost sharing reductions. That was the plan, and it was supposed to operate seamlessly so that if your income went up and you no longer qualified for Medicaid, you would be eligible for premium tax credits and vice versa. I'm about to get the hook. So that's the way it was supposed to work. As you know, our state did not expand Medicaid, and so we're one of 19 states that have people in the coverage gap. The difficulty with that then is that the other piece for you to know is that eligibility for premium tax credits and cost sharing reductions is based on annual income applying IRS rules to the calculation of your annual income on which you base taxes. That's the basis. Medicaid eligibility is based on point in time, the month you apply. So what that means is that you can, because you're looking for those two different types of subsidy, the premium tax credit cost sharing reductions above poverty and Medicaid, you can have, you're looking at different time periods, and therefore if people have variable incomes, their income is not the same month to month. Their annual income may be different from the monthly calculation in which for the month they apply. So the gap filling rule is that if you are found to be ineligible for Medicaid, as I mentioned before, they're supposed to determine are you eligible for premium tax credit and send your file to the marketplace to be enrolled, right? But they're supposed to determine whether in fact you're eligible for premium tax credit based on annualized income. So if they determine that you're not eligible for your annual income as distinct from your Medicaid point in time 1 month income, makes you ineligible for the premium tax credit, then you are treated as if your monthly income makes you Medicaid eligible. So I see heads exploding across the room. Let me try to repeat that, okay? The idea is we don't want people to fall into the gap between so that they don't qualify for either Medicaid/TennCare or the premium tax credits due to the fact that their monthly income for Medicaid purposes makes them ineligible for TennCare, and their annual income for premium tax credits makes them ineligible. If in that situation they are deemed to be eligible for Medicaid, oh Lord, now they're sending 3 people for me. Anyway, that's the gap filling rule. It's really important. We think it's being missed. So if you have somebody who's ineligible for Medicaid, make sure they're eligible for premium tax credit based on their annual income. If not, raise your hand to the state and flag them as eligible under the gap filling rule. Russ.
What does annual mean? Past year, next tax year?
The question is, what does annual mean? Does it mean this year, the past tax year?
Estimated this year, right?
Estimated this year. Had to think a minute for that to come to me. Okay. So main takeaways about redeterminations, it's really, really, really scary. A lot of people are at risk of losing their coverage. Make sure that people have correct addresses on file, and if they haven't received a packet, find out if they were supposed to. Make copies of all communications. Understand that the packet does not capture all the information needed to accurately calculate people's eligibility. So it will miss people based on miscounting resources, e.g. homestead exemption, their immigration status, e.g. all that list of stuff that I don't begin to understand, or because they're not doing the gap filling rule. There are lots of opportunities, so it's important to understand when you're helping someone what those pitfalls are. There is an enormous need for help here. So our big, big plea to all of you and to those of your colleagues that you can arm twist into helping you is think of the difficulties that people have applying to the marketplace and just double that, maybe triple it, maybe square it. And that's the difficulties that people are going to face contending with the redetermination process. We really need a lot of help. Document everything. Remember the 90-day opportunity to reapply. And call us. We really want to be kept informed about the problems that are being encountered. And so with that, I'm going to wrap it up. I have a couple of questions, though. First, if someone received an EOB, explanation of benefits, does that let the consumer know they were not going to receive a redetermination packet? If not, should they call to verify? I don't think you can infer anything from the receipt of an EOB. I think I would, the only thing you can know is if the person's getting SSI, they're probably okay. Beyond that, I would definitely call to make sure. People in suspended status, will they have to complete the redetermination packet? Great question. I have no idea. Another great question about which I have no idea. We don't know the answer to that. The question was, does this apply, does redetermination apply to MSPs, Medicare Savings Program, QMB, SLIMB, and the answer is we don't know. Isn't that helpful?
Besides sending patients persons to the health department to apply in person? Are there any other agencies that we can send them to?
Actually, you don't send them to the health department, you send them to the Department of Human Services. The question is, apart from sending people to the county office, the Department of Human Services, are there other places you can send them for help? You'll see in the packet and the application form itself, there are a list of agencies. Frankly, when we call those, we have not been able to get help. But maybe things have changed recently. That's why I ask, you know, if you send people to those places, make sure they know they can call you back if it doesn't work. We hope that it's working better, but last time we checked it wasn't. Same with DHS. Those county offices are mixed in terms of how much they're able to be helpful.
For the suspended category, what is the year that they supposed to have? Okay, what's this? If I don't remember the year, I'm getting calls about when you are getting ready to be suspended because you can meet, is it 1996? After 1996? For the SSI, suspended category. Did I ask the correct question? I mean, did I ask you the correct question?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Which is a chronic state, it's not your fault.
There's a category of the document information that comes in, and they have to become a citizen before the 7 year is due. What's the date of entry before that? It's like either 1996 or prior.
Do you know that?
Before they lose their SSI benefit.
We will check. The question is, what is the date? And we will check and share that afterwards. We're going to be, if it hadn't already been announced, as questions come up that stump us, we will try to write those down, get you answers, and share those with the participants afterwards. Thank you. Yes?
I had heard that the citizenship program was in jeopardy.
The question is, there are reports that the SHIP program that helps Medicare beneficiaries is in jeopardy. There was a question about their federal funding, and I don't know the current status of that. But there are great resources, you probably all know. I think are they okay? Okay, great, good. We can share some good news, that's great. Okay, so I'm definitely got the hook now. Thank you all.
Thanks, Gordon, for that riveting predetermination portion of the training.
As it was unattractive.
There you go. Okay, so we're going to talk quickly and briefly about best practices for TennCare applications and appeals. Hopefully, you should all have the best practices guide, the condensed version. This is something new. So if you've been to trainings in the past and just had your toolkit, chances are you don't have this one. It is a condensed version of a larger toolkit that we have available on our website, and we're going to talk about some things about that, and then Amy's going to talk a little bit more about appeals. But just in general, federal law requires that TennCare determine an applicant's eligibility with reasonable promptness, which is no longer than 45 days or 90 days for choices. So once that application has been made, TennCare needs to make that determination within those time periods. So as you know, that really wasn't happening. It wasn't happening because we were using healthcare.gov to make a lot of those determinations. The only state in the country that requires everybody to apply through healthcare.gov. Right? Healthcare.gov, as we know, was not designed to make Medicaid determinations. Right? So what was happening was just kind of falling into a little bit of a black hole. People were applying, but because TEDS wasn't ready, we had really no way of screening them, and they really had no way of knowing people had applied. So what happened, we ended up filing a class action lawsuit, Wilson v. Gordon, we've talked about a lot of different times before, but basically it requires that TennCare make a determination within 45 days, 90 days for choices. All right. This has who's in the class, people that haven't had that determination made. Now the interesting thing is when the judge ruled, it's just a question whether or not, or the TennCare is required to provide a hearing as to whether or not a determination has been made within 45 days. That's different from what is the actual determination, all right? So just whether or not they didn't meet that 45-day deadline or the 90-day deadline. But in reality, it really doesn't make sense to have a bunch of hearings for people just to determine whether or not they missed the 45 days or the 90 days. So instead, what they're really going to do is make a determination. And so in a lot of ways, when you hear the word appeal, you might be thinking, oh, I got to run the other direction from that. I'm not a lawyer. But an appeal actually can be your friend. It actually gets it to where somebody can, a person at TennCare, a live person actually looks at that application and can make a determination on eligibility. So what they're really doing is making a determination of eligibility. Now, they still will have hearings on appeals where eligibility has been denied or there's an incorrect coverage date. So a little bit of a difference. So somebody that has applied, the time period is run, and they don't have a determination made, an appeal needs to be filed. So back to this condensed version, okay? So in light of Wilson, we decided it would be a good idea, what if we put together a toolkit which would give you everything that you need to know about where to apply, because that can be different agencies depending on the category of eligibility, how to apply in order of preference, apply online, by phone, mail an application in, how to file an appeal in the proper form, how to follow up on additional requests for information, and more importantly, possible outcomes, and what to do when there's a problem, and what do you need to attach to resolve the matter. And then we've also got some other helpful stuff in there that you'll find, abbreviations, typical and acronyms that you would see in the back. We've kind of got those defined. So there's some helpful telephone numbers as well. So that full version of the toolkit is available on our website by clicking here. What you have is a real condensed version. So it really doesn't describe the Wilson case. The full toolkit does. It also has a copy. The reason why it's pretty thick is it has a copy of about every possible notice that you will see. So that's in the appendix. It's at the end. It's also going to have copies of, for example, income verification forms that we use, also immigration status forms that we use, things that you can hand to an applicant that would be helpful in helping them remember the types of stuff that they would need to have to help with the application process. So this is relatively new. We actually have a 3-hour training specific to this. And it can be for those people that work for a hospital. We have a toolkit that's designed specifically for hospitals, and we have ones that are created specifically for advocates, people that aren't necessarily working in a hospital. Right? But we do offer trainings on that. If that's something you think you would be interested in, we recommend that you contact Kyla and let her know that you'd be interested. We'd be more than happy to talk to you about coming and doing a training that goes into a greater detail on how we utilize this toolkit as well as practice scenarios. So best practices when applying for TennCare. All right. So if you open up the toolkit, this condensed version, you're going to see on the first page it talks about where to apply and then how to apply. And in the how to apply section, we typically have that by order of preference. But if we're going to apply online, and some of the stuff is going to be a little bit repetitive, so bear with me. I hope it just kind of sinks into your mind the types of things that you need to do. So really what we want to do is build a record. We want to build a record that we can easily defend at an appeal. So when you send in an appeal, and if you've collected this information ahead of time, hopefully, when you submit that information back to TennCare, they'll be able to make an eligibility determination without actually going to a hearing or actually having the person being denied and then having to reapply again. But for applying online, it's really important that you have that application ID number. It's going to be important to save a PDF or print that eligibility letter that healthcare.gov gives you, or capture a screenshot that would have this type of information. Now, it's not in this, but it is in the full toolkit. There's an income verification handout. Right? This is something, it's one page that we recommend that you give to an applicant, and it just indicates the types of proof of income that we know TennCare accepts, all right, that you can use. Now, for example, it might be pay stubs. Can you give us pay stubs for 8 weeks worth of work? If the applicant doesn't have 8 weeks worth, you submit what you have, all right? So if you only have 4, submitting forward work. But this is just something they can take with them. The application process can be pretty daunting, and we may not remember. The person may not remember the type of stuff they need to have. It's written on a 5th grade level, so it's in a format, hopefully, that everybody will be able to understand. You also have the same thing for citizenship and immigration status. Most of the time this happens when immigration status is an issue and there's trouble verifying that. This is proof, the types of documents that will be acceptable there. We have had an occasion, I've seen a couple of occasions where they want to prove citizenship when the person's never left the state of Tennessee. So it doesn't happen very often. Usually it's going to be immigration status. The important thing is also then to record the application deadline date. So if you got a way to if you work with a lot of people, it'd be great to know, when does that 45 days up or 90 days up if it's choices? When do I know I need to file that appeal? So if you record that date, you'll kind of know when that needs to be done. The other thing is getting the authorization of representation, a representative organization form. Interesting conversation I've had with a couple of gals here that they specifically get this filled out by the client. Now, ideally, when this is submitted to TennCare, you will get a copy of all that correspondence that actually happens to go to the patient or to the applicant. My understanding is that doesn't always happen, right? But we want to send this in anyway. Because if it does, and let's say, for example, they say we need to have proof of income, and if that person brought back to you those pay stubs and you kept them in the file, you could send that in on behalf of the applicant, and you just made it a lot easier, and you might have eliminated that really short 10-day window that they give you to comply with requests for information. And that's the reason why we want to use that handout. So if you think, I apply online, they might ask for proof of income, but they're probably not going to do that for at least 30 days, maybe 40 days. It just gives the applicant more time to go track down this information. If you wait until they request it, it's a short 10-day window, figure in mailing on it. That person might have a day or two to actually get that information back in. Because if you don't submit it back in, you didn't, you don't have proof that you sent the information in within the timeline, then you've got denied. If there's no determination that has to be done, obviously we're going to file an appeal. Applying by phone, there's a telephone number. We don't really recommend by phone because it's really hard to have some hard, tangible evidence that you've applied. But we will record the application number. It's good if you get somebody that's helping the person, the applicant apply. So, maybe it's a spouse, or maybe it's a trusted family friend. If you can have them participate and listen, and you can record their name, then later we could do a declaration, for example, that says, you know what, I was there on this date, I listened to the call, they really did apply by phone. This is just evidence that we can use. Obviously, phone is not most preferred method. Once again, we're going to still do the income handouts, the immigration handout, if it's appropriate. You want to do that representative form, and you want to track when is that deadline up. So when the deadline hits, you know that you're going to file the appeal. So applying by mail, we want to complete the paper application and send that certified mail, and you want to save copies of those. so that you know that this is proof that the date that it was mailed and that they actually received it. Also want to fax a copy of that to Tennessee Health Connections because you got to preserve today's date. All right, so if you're working in a hospital setting, you know if they come in to the hospital today and start getting services, don't get an application in on that day, then that day is probably not going to be reimbursed for those charges that were incurred. But if you fax in a copy of that application, now you show that we completed it, we gave it to Tennessee Health Connection, they have it. So then eventually when it does get processed by certified mail, we still got that earlier date and we can argue. Incidentally, that is what they do, or one of the steps for emergency Medicaid. They make you mail a paper application, but they also want you to fax a copy of it in. So we're just kind of using that same thing anytime that you mail. Important things, we want to document everything, all right? So anything that you might send in, any proof of mailing, you have to do a telephone call. You definitely want to get the name of the representative you talk to, date and time. If anybody else was with you on that call, that's great to get information regarding that person. We recommend using the R handouts that we have for income and citizenship. You can create your own, do whatever you like with that. But it's important to get that applicant starting to collect that information right at the onset. You just worked with them, you've just gotten this application started, somewhat fresh in their mind. Why wait 30 days for them to get another letter that says, oh, by the way, we want proof of your income. We do the authorization of representative form. Let's hope that you would then get a copy of all that correspondence. And then when they say, can you provide us with proof of application, you can just fax that in on behalf of the person you're helping. And then once again, obviously we want to record the dates. Know when these deadlines are coming. That'll just, if you're working in a hospital, hopefully that will help you get your reimbursement faster if you track that. There's nothing that says that you can't file after, appeal after that 45 days, but you know, I would definitely file an appeal on day 45 or 90 if it's choices. So we've applied, the time is run, we've asked the applicant to track down this proof of income because we're probably going to be asked for it. We've asked if immigration is an issue. We've asked them to track down some of those documents. Let's understand a little bit of what really happens with the information that comes in. So we know through Wilson and through Discovery that there's a process that they have created to handle appeals. The delay appeal example, there's a lot of ways for information to come into Tennessee Health Connection. It can come by phone, it can come by fax, it can come by mail, but it goes to Tennessee Health Connection. Tennessee Health Connection then creates a series of reports. Okay, they have an upload report. They've got a separate report that's nothing but appeals. And then they have one that has other records that come in that you might set that's to supplement it. It can be either documents or it can come through calls. Just a lot of different ways for information to come in. Then when Tennessee Health Connection gets it, it's run through a variety of databases, goes through a couple different sets of reviews before it ever actually makes it to the appeal unit. All right? So all this to basically show you and demonstrate it's very easy for information or documents to get lost. You don't make it to the final destination. Okay? That's the reason why you'll find that they're asking for the same information more than once. So how to handle appeals? Well, the best thing to do is anticipate what their next move is going to be. You've filed this appeal, what are they going to do? It's typically a three-trick pony. We're going to either ask for proof of application, proof of income, and proof of citizenship. That's typically the three things they're going to ask about. So it's always important to use the handouts in the proper forms, right? So you want to make sure that when you use TennCare form to fax the appeal, and if you get the full version of the toolkit, you'll find that as Appendix 7. Proof of the income handout that we use is Appendix 2. and go over it with the applicant so they kind of understand. So when they look at this sheet of paper again, they kind of understand, yeah, I remember she explained what that was to me. Proof of citizenship is Appendix 3. And then you want to say proof of all transmissions to TennCare. So preferably we want to fax documents in. And then you have that fax receipt that shows that this was actually sent in. Now sometimes a question arises whether or not you put a cover page on it. Well, sometimes it's best to maybe not have a cover page on it, especially if it's an appeal, so that you can actually show that the appeal was made in that area. But we definitely want to save copies of everything. So, and once again, the best practices guide you can find by this link. So the authorization representative form, this is for an organization. They also have it for individuals. I highly recommend completing this so that hopefully you will get a copy of any correspondence that the applicant might receive. Which brings us to delay appeals. And we're going to let Andy talk about delay appeals.
All right, folks, I got to admit, I'm a little bit nervous, okay? We've got a lot of information to cover. Rob's my immediate supervisor. He left me 9 out of 30 minutes for about half of this section. I couldn't really cut him off, though. It's like meetings, right? And to boot, our executive director is up behind me. So I really need your attention for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to eat up a minute of her time. In order to get your attention, I'm going to issue a really quick bet. And there's a TJC coffee mug for the first person who answers it at the end. Which state am I from? That's the question for you. So pay attention. Watch the accent, don't you know? And we will try to move very quickly through how to file and how to handle a delay appeal. We've got 4 advocacy tips, and we're going to go through each of these in a little bit more detail. But basically, they can be boiled down to 4 words: appeal, document, follow up, and refer out. So appealing, how do we do that? We can do it by fax, by mail, or by phone. Fax or mail is best. Can anybody tell me why appealing over the phone, which is probably the most common way to appeal, but why might that not be sufficient? More difficult to document. Remember Gordon and all of his colloquialisms about TennCare's computer system? It happens here too. They get lost. And if it's appealed over phone, it's really hard to prove that it ever happened. No offense to the former TennCare attorney, but they will tell you you didn't appeal. So try to do it by fax or by mail and keep either the certified mail receipt or the fax receipt. When you appeal, send them everything. You want to bury them in paperwork if you can, okay? So with the appeal form, send the proof of application. Why? They're going to ask for it and they might not have it. You can fax it to TNHC or send certified mail, return receipt requested, and do keep receipts. Finally, if you are working with clients or a patient, have them let you know if there are any follow-ups. It's true that those authorized rep forms don't always work. I've got several cases where I've submitted more than one, and I'm still not getting the documentation as early as my client is. So have the client follow up with you if they receive something. We haven't run into them not getting it, but we've certainly run into the authorized reps not getting it. What is a proof of application? Marketplace eligibility results letter or screen capture showing date of application or a copy of the paper application with the certified mail or fax receipt. What do we do if they applied over the phone and never received an eligibility notice in the mail? This part's kind of easy. Start counting your email addresses because you might end up with a few of them if you have to do this often. But basically, you help the client or patient create an online account. You can link the application to the online account using the application ID number. So you do need that. Cross your fingers that you have it. and then print the marketplace eligibility results letter from there. In fact, starting an online account for your patient or your client is a very useful tool when you're dealing with appeals. I do it quite frequently, and the reason for that is that you can go back and find all kinds of information. You can look and see if maybe the application was messed up to begin with. Maybe that's your issue. You can see what the results were, if the application was entirely finished, all kinds of things. The other way you can do it is you can get proof of application by filing a marketplace appeal. This is if you don't have the application ID and you have no other means of proving it. Marketplace appeals are just as messy as TennCare appeals, but it's one route to get information that you don't have in order to start the TennCare appeal. Now, what if no written proof is available? Have the applicant sign a declaration that states the date and time he or she applied, include the application ID number, and if a third person, if you're really on your game and a third person listens to the phone application, have them sign a declaration too. If you were that third person, if you help somebody apply over the phone, there is nothing wrong with you signing a declaration. And it only needs to be 1-2 sentences. We'd be happy to help you word it, but they're pretty simple. When you appeal by the phone, sometimes it's necessary for timeliness or just for the available methods that you have to you. But write down the date, time, and name of the representative that you talk to. They like to only give out their first names. I think that that's probably okay, but do ask for a last name too. Yes, in the back here. Can we get a microphone over there?
Do you want to know, do you think that Tennessee Health Foundation represented that using their real names or that using fake names? Thank you.
Yeah. I have no reason to think that they're faking it. I know that the representatives themselves are fairly helpful people, as much as they can be, at least, in the system that they're working with. And I have no reason to believe that they're lying to me. All right, advocacy tip number 2, document everything. And I cannot stress this enough. You really want to keep copies of everything because, quite frankly, TennCare might not. So, what are the things that they're going to request? They're going to request the proof of application, the proof of income, proof of citizenship, and immigration status. I'm going to blow right through this because Rob already covered it a little bit. But basically, have all that, and if you have it, file it with the appeal. They still might request it again, but that's okay because you've got it anyway. What is proof of income? How are we going to document that? It can be pay stubs from the month of application and the month prior. Now remember, the month of application is really what's relevant. If that's all you have, send it in, but the more you've got, the better. Remember, we're going to bury them in paperwork. That's how we do delay appeals, okay? A bank statement showing deposits can count, employer statement, or a tax return. Give them a lot to read. Proof of citizenship, social security card, permanent resident card, INS documents. These slides will be available to you afterwards. And now, advocacy tip number 3, help the applicant follow up with the state. How am I doing on time? Ooh, 2 minutes until the executive director kicks me off. All right, help the applicant follow up with the state. They're going to send, the eligibility appeals unit is probably going to send more requests for information. You can help them do that. You are already an authorized rep because you did step 1 right. You follow practice tip number 1. And you can submit that information on their behalf. Hopefully you're going to receive the requests as well. Every time you submit information, keep the mail and fax receipts. Finally, if you get into a messy one and you have not heard, if you've not gotten a decision after 45 days, you can always refer to us. I got to tell you, I'm a young lawyer. Appeals are what make my week. All right? They're terrible to have to go through for the clients. We always try to resolve it without a hearing if we can, and we most often do. But when we got to go to hearing, that's what we're here for. All right, and so feel free to refer it to us. If we are understaffed or if we can't handle it, we will find a pro bono attorney to handle it, and at the very least, we'll give you a lot of guidance. What are the possible outcomes for a delay appeal? One, you can be approved for TennCare with coverage backdated to the date of application. Yay, right? Story over. You can be approved for TennCare, but the coverage start date might be wrong. You can be denied TennCare because requested information was not received. Remember, that's why we're documenting things. Or you can be denied TennCare because TennCare says the applicant is not eligible, either because of income, category, or immigration status. Possible outcome number one, what are you going to do after that happens? You're going to celebrate. That's right. Yeah, you betcha. Possible outcome two, approved for TennCare but coverage start date is wrong. What are you going to do then? You're going to appeal the result of the appeal. Yeah. Yes, question. If the date doesn't matter, then that's a discussion you can have with the patient. I mean, if you know that these things are a hassle to go through, so it's basically, do you want to prove a point? Sometimes that's not worth it. Often it's not worth it. So just use your best judgment. But yeah, if there aren't any outstanding bills and the coverage start date's okay, then go with it. But anyway, if it does matter, if there are bills between the real effective date of coverage and when TennCare decided the coverage date starts, file the appeal. Again, you're going to do it the same way that you filed the delay appeal, except this time it's going to be an effective date appeal. Possible outcome number three, denied TennCare because requested information was not received. What are we going to do then? You know this answer. She's not answering. Oh boy. All right. That's right. File another appeal, return receipt requested, help them follow up, establish that you either did send them in or if you didn't, give it to them at that point. And possible outcome number four, denied TennCare because TennCare says the applicant is not eligible for any number of reasons. What are we going to do? We're going to appeal it. Again, file the appeal. This time it's going to be an eligibility appeal. All right, eligibility appeal hearings. TennCare has 90 days to resolve the issue or send the case to a fair hearing. They are conducting hearings, and they're doing it. So nothing else you can say about that. You can help. You don't have to refer them to us necessarily. If you're comfortable on the phone, the way these, very briefly, the way that these appeals look like is that you have a TennCare attorney on the line, you have an administrative judge on the line, you have yourself and the patient or the client on the line, okay? These are incredibly intimidating experiences for the clients. They may be, they may have never been in a situation like this before, or they may have been in all too many of them. They have a judge who assumedly knows their stuff. They have a TennCare attorney who most definitely knows their stuff. And then there's them, and their health care or their child's health care is on the line. These are stressful situations. I am pressed for time right now and I'm having trouble formulating words. Just imagine if I had a surgery on the line or a few $100,000 in medical debt. So you can get on the phone with them. That's a result of a different one of our lawsuits. But you can certainly, anybody can represent somebody at an administrative appeal for TennCare. Kyler, are we going to do practice scenarios? Nope, we're not going to do practice scenarios, folks. So no Juliet, no Kardashians. All right, with that, am I introducing Jana or am I introducing Michelle? I am introducing Michelle with the boa. There she is. What a boss. And there we go. Yeah, who's got the answer? She got it first. All right, mug. I'll bring a mug over to you.
Okay, we're gonna go, I'm Michelle Johnson, and yes, that's my real name. I can't confirm or deny whether or not TennCare are using their real names, but I have a list of fun things, and so we have candy coming from every direction. There's an awful lot of leftover candy, and I know you are owed some. So raise your hand if you want candy, and we're gonna go through this big, long laundry list of fun things, and be choosy in your candy. We got chocolate and we got non-chocolate, so just come with the candy. Okay, so Nancy Annis was going to be here. She's our St. Thomas partner that is amazing and that helps us get our clients health care on a regular basis. And she asked me to read her closing prayer on behalf of St. Thomas. And so I will. And it's a prayer that we used to say at the end of every grade school mass. So it's one that I told her I knew. She thought it would be important for you to leave with. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. From St. Thomas, thank you for being here. And thanks St. Thomas for hosting us and being so generous with the food and the facilities. Next on the long list of things is we have a hashtag winner. Shamika Tumblin wins with the best hashtag, the most response on the hashtag. So raise your hand. Okay, Shamika, Devon is going to get you your right size TJC t-shirt. We also are going to have a raffle because we owe sunglasses, mugs, and t-shirts. We're going to pick another 3 names for your purple fun items. I'm going to mix it up so that I can't see. Drum roll, please. Here we go. Cindy Phillips, sunglasses. You got sunglasses, Cindy Phillips? You have to be present to win. Are you here, Cindy Phillips? I always wanted to say that you have to be present to win. Is Cindy here? Do you have to be present to win or just made that up? Okay. Sorry, Cindy. Okay, next one is Amanda Holt. Amanda Holt, sunglasses, hot dog. Okay, next we have the mug, Cecilia Quinton. Is Cecilia here? All right. And the final one is the t-shirt, which is Andy Odom. Andy, going once. Andy, are you here for this beautiful purple t-shirt? Yeah? Okay, awesome. So we have a post test that we would love for you to take to see how much you learn, and also an evaluation. So if you need more candy, raise your hand, keep filling out those forms. If when you start to write the evaluation, you become overwhelmed with how grateful you are for TJC and this amazing team here, then Alex is going to be right here making videos. We'd love to have a 10-second, 15-second video of how you use our resources. It would help us to get funding to keep doing this work. So Alex is right there with the camera. Don't be shy. If you're willing to do that after we finish here, after you eat, please get to Alex and we'll make you go viral. Let's see, the last little surprise is we have a backdrop up out there with the boa. You can borrow the boa, and we really would love, since we convinced some folks to spend a lot of time putting it up, and I'm not saying who said it would be fun to put it up and nobody's used it, but okay, so maybe I did. So get out there and take your picture with that, and if you do, and you get the most likes or retweets, we'll send 3 more t-shirts to people with the backdrop. Please don't let me be proven wrong. And the second to last thing is we have parting gifts for each of you. When you turn in your evaluation, we have a nice little surprise. In years past, we had the sunglasses. I feel like we've had the Post-it notes. But for you graduates, we didn't want to repeat the same gifts. So we have a whole other surprise which you will use. So when you will show, maybe it's not a surprise at all. Watch. Oh, it's a stress ball, a purple stress ball, which you can squeeze nonstop. So if you want your stress ball, hand in your evaluation, we will hand you your stress ball. And we'd love to get a picture after up here with everybody in their stress ball before they start squeezing. And my final thing is I'm just so proud to be a part of the TJC team who you've spent a couple of days with. So let's give them a hand. And the person who has made this all possible, having been a TJC not very long, though basically she's our first second generation TJCer as Kala Frank. So let's give Kala Frank to pull us all off a big hand. So a Japanese poet says, individually we are one drop, but together we are an ocean. And I feel today, and every time I'm with all of you, like we are an ocean. And like we can tackle this healthcare system. So thank you for spending time with us. Eat some food, take some purple pictures, grab your stress balls, and holler with questions from now until we see you again. Thanks.
All right, so once you finish your evaluations and your post-test, make sure you get both of them to us. TAC staff are all around the room. Then you can get lunch, come back for the Q&A session, which will be until 1, and make sure before you leave to get your stress ball. So make sure if you're leaving and you don't have a little stress ball, come get it. So give us your evaluations and post-test, and then go get some lunch and your stress ball. All right, everyone. Will you please raise your hand if you did not get a post-test or an evaluation form? We realize some people may not have gotten them. Okay. Raise your hand and Jimmy will come bring you. Did you not get a post-test? Post-test. We'll bring some to you. Has everyone filled in their evaluations and post-test? Raise your hand if you need more time on either of those. Okay, great. All right, sounds good. So pretty soon we're going to start the Q&A portion. So we'll give those two ladies a little bit of time to do their post-test. I'll go over the answers of the post-test so you guys know what those were. We'll have Jonna come talk about independence, then we'll go into Q&A. During the Q&A session, if you have a question that you don't want to say aloud, you can write it on the Post-it note and put it on the board over there, or raise it up and we'll put it on the board over there. If you do want to ask it aloud, please wait for a microphone to be brought to you so that everyone can hear your question. So thank you guys so much. We'll give you just a couple minutes to go over their post-test, give you some time to eat. We'll go over that then. Thank you guys. All right, everyone, we're going to go over the answers to the post-test. If you still have the post-test or evaluation in front of you, one, don't change the answers on the post-test as we go over the answers, please. And then two, when we're done going over it, just raise it in the air and we'll come collect it from you, the post-test and the evaluation. So once we're done going over it, raise it in the air, we'll come collect it from you. But we'll go over all the answers. I'll read out the questions in case you don't have it in front of you still. Raina owns a house in Brentwood. The fair market value of the house is $2 million. Raina's mortgage balance is $1,998,000. What do you need to know in order to determine whether Raina's house is a countable resource or not? Does she live in it? And what is the equity of the house? You need to know both those. The answer is C, both A and B. Jolene is a 67-year-old woman with stage 4 lung cancer and alcoholic dementia. She's applying for choices. In determining her eligibility, an individual must need help with activities of daily living. Which of the following count as an activity of daily living that is considered when someone's being screened for choices for the pre-admission evaluation? What did you guys think? Do you remember? A, D, and E. Excellent. A was Jolene cannot get out of bed without help and needs a walker to move around her room. D was Jolene can't always make it to the bathroom in time and has trouble cleaning up afterward. And E, Jolene also forgets to take her medications without a reminder from Julia. All right, Deacon and Raina have 2 teenage children and their monthly household income is $5,500. Maddie was diagnosed with a brain tumor and has $6,000 in medical bills. Their only resources are $100 in their bank account. What is Maddie eligible for? Medically needy spend down. And then what is Daphne? That would be answer C. And then what is Daphne eligible for? The same thing, medically needy spend down, even though she's healthy. So the next one, Mary Jo Campbell receives Social Security and SSI in 1976 to 78. It was terminated, her SSI was terminated in 1978 because she started receiving a private pension that raised it above the 1978 SSI limits. And she now receives Social Security benefit of $1,328, and her private pension is $275, giving her a total of $1,603. Anyways, what is she eligible for? Pickle, yeah, exactly, that red flag. The last one, you are a certified application counselor and you help your client and her daughter, who's 10 years old, apply for TennCare on September 1st. They're U.S. citizens, they have a countable income of $500 a month. On September 20th, Samantha has still not received a decision on her TennCare application, so you helped to fax the delay appeal. And what should you fax along with the eligibility appeal form, the delay appeal form? Yep, the eligibility results letter. And the E, the HCFA authorization of representative organization form, E and E. If you have any questions about those, you can ask them during the Q&A session. All right, before we go into Q&A, while you finish up eating, John is just going to talk briefly about independence.
Good afternoon. Is everyone enjoying their lunch? Usually silence means the food is good. Some of you who were here yesterday might remember this presentation, but we wanted to share with you an expansion of our advocacy, a new initiative that we started a couple months ago called Independence. It's geared towards seniors and people with disabilities. And the goal is to help people live independently in their own homes, in their own communities where research shows that they thrive. So just a show of hands, how many people in here work with seniors and or people with disabilities? Great, so we have quite a few. Please come and talk to me before you leave. We would love to connect with you. So let me share a little bit about what Independence is. As I mentioned, it helps seniors and adults with disabilities. It includes 2 areas of advocacy. Our choices, which is TennCare's long-term services and supports that you heard Emily Quinlan talk about earlier, and our public benefit enrollment, which I'll talk about. Our goal is to help 1,000 seniors and adults with disabilities across Tennessee, and this is all 95 counties of Tennessee, enroll in 5 specific core benefits. And this emerged because we found that there are approximately 1 million seniors and adults with disabilities in Tennessee, and of that number, about 200,000 of them cannot afford the cost of their daily living, which means that we have a lot of seniors and adults with disabilities choosing between whether they're going to pay for their medicine or pay for their food. And of that population, about 40% of them are eligible for benefit programs like these, but are not enrolled. So we are helping people with disabilities and seniors enroll in 5 core programs. The first is Medicare Savings Program, and that helps pay the cost of the co-pays, the monthly premiums, and even some of the 20% co-insurance, depending on the level of the Medicare Savings Program. And those are for people who are on Medicare or are about to apply for Medicare. You can apply for these as well. We will also help with the Medicare Part D Extra Help, commonly referred to as LIS, or Low Income Subsidy. That helps pay for the cost of the monthly premiums for people on Medicare Part D, which is the prescription drug coverage. It has its own separate premium, separate and apart from Medicare Part B. So the LIS helps pay for that premium. We also will help with TennCare. Most of these categories here specific to this program will be the disability and SSI categories that you heard about earlier. We will help with the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program called SNAP, which was formerly called Food Stamps, and that helps with monthly food and groceries. And then the last program is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. That program sends a one-time payment on behalf of the applicants per year, and there's no restriction on the amount of years an applicant can reapply. And the federal guidelines have that the amount they send on behalf of the applicant is between $300 and $600. So that can definitely help people who are struggling to pay their cost of their utilities. And as I mentioned, excuse me, we help seniors and adults with disabilities across all 95 counties. It's not specific to Davidson County. We will help with all steps of enrollment from the start to the finish. We have a screening tool that we use from the National Council on Aging where we screen people for eligibility, so you wouldn't even have to do that. Even if you think someone might be eligible, please send them our way. We help them fill out the applications. We submit them on the applicant's behalf. We help them with the supporting documents that are needed for these programs, the copy of their IDs, the proof of income, all of those things. We help with submitting all of that to the agency, and then we follow up with the applicants to make sure that they are receiving the benefits for which they are eligible. We also step in and help with delay appeals if we need to do that as well. And of course, because we're a nonprofit, all of our services are free of charge. So if you see any seniors and adults with disabilities in your work that you think may be eligible for any of those 5 core programs, please send them our way. My name is Jonna Hall. I'm the Senior Outreach and Enrollment Coordinator, and my contact information is up there on the screen. Thank you so much.
All right, so we'll now move into the Q&A portion of this training. And so whenever they have a chance, if I could have Rob Watkins and Gordon come up, and then they'll help to answer your questions. If you have a question, if you could please raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you so you can ask your question. We'll also be answering questions that were on the Post-it notes around the room. So now is the time.
Sandy, Diana, would you raise your hand? Would you take the microphone? Okay, so this is really cheaty, but I'm still leading, so, and I don't know anything, so I'm going to lateral this to Diana Gallagher. There are 2 questions. Thank you, Diana. And I didn't bother to look and see what you're still leading to, but anyway. 2 questions, and they're both in her area of specialization. Regarding 1619B, how do you determine whether the person meets the requirement that they need TennCare to be able to work? So Diana, would you explain 1619B and answer that question.
Yeah. So the way you qualify for 1619B Medicaid is you are on SSI and you work so much that when they do the calculation to see if you should get any SSI check, the answer is no, you're be zero. You're still on SSI at that point, and you're still medically disabled. So basically, you're going to meet that criteria for needing TennCare as long as you're still medically disabled and you go to the doctor from time to time. We've never seen anybody, have that question. The really, really good thing about 1619B Medicaid, or one of the really good things, is Social Security determines eligibility for that. So you don't have to deal with all this mess, that's been going on with the TennCare. Oh, yes, and this is my boss. She wants me to do a shameless plug. We work with the Disability Coalition, and this project is doing some work. Our colleague, Heidi, how do you say your last name? Ocean. We share the project between the Tennessee Disability Coalition and Alberton, and we assist folks with knowing how workings can impact their benefits, either SSI or Social Security, which I think segues into the next question, right?
Yes, thank you. Can the disabled still work while receiving SSI? Not the same restrictions as SSDI, question mark. Must they already also receive disability benefits?
Okay, the answer to the question is absolutely you can work when you're on SSI. And the work rules for SSI are very different from the work rules for Social Security disability. So what I would recommend, and this is another plug for us, is if you have folks who are interested in working with either SSI or Social Security disability, you need to refer them to the Ticket to Work call center, Social Security's Ticket to Work call center, and then they'll make appropriate referrals to us. That's the easiest way to tell a group how to get in touch with us. And, but yes, you can work when you're on SSI. In fact, we tell people it pays to work. It almost always means you're going to have more money in your pocket work than if you don't work when you're on SSI. But you need to know the rules, and we're here to help with that.
Thanks so much, Diane. This is another SSI related question. The question is, if a person receives both SSI, Supplemental Security Income, and SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, after 2 years, are they eligible for both TennCare and Medicare? And the answer to that is, if they're in fact still receiving SSI and SSDI, then they definitely are eligible for SSI, and they should be eligible for TennCare. They should be eligible for Medicare as well. You get into the problem. This is not the question answered, but as in school, you don't know the answer to the one that's asked. Answer the one that you do know about. Just going to put in a plug for the Pickle Amendment again. There are lots and lots of people out there who are eligible, who once got SSI, once got SSDI. They no longer get SSI, so they no longer get TennCare automatically. But because of changes in the cost of living over the intervening years since they last got SSI, they may well be eligible now. They don't get screened for, and it's a wonderful opportunity to get people enrolled that have no other hope of ever being enrolled. And the changes can be quite dramatic in terms of income. So, Ron, you want to?
So there's been a couple of questions here. One, what if you have a bank loan or a line of credit based on the house value? Does that count like a mortgage to determine equity value of the home? And the answer is yes. I mean, the key here is going to be, is the home used as security against the loan? So in other words, typically on a mortgage, the property is the asset that's being pledged as collateral in the event that it's not paid. So same thing on a line of credit, as long as it is secured by the home or the properties can be linked to that property, that's what you're going to be subtracting off for the fair market value. If they have a consumer loan or a loan on a car, for example, you can't take that to the house, apply that towards the house as being a debt that's owed. So the real trick there is the home has to serve as collateral for the loan.
You want to mention homestead exemption.
Yes, and then also keep in mind on redeterminations, and then also when we're looking at resources, that if it's a homestead, then it's in most cases it's not going to be counted as a resource. The only exception would be on the homes that are in excess of $552,000, I think, in equity value for choices. But for the most part, homes, if they're living in it, are not going to be counted as a resource. Another question is family income for TennCare figured on a monthly earnings or on yearly earnings? So for Medicaid, which is TennCare, that's a point in time determination. So month of application, that's all we're really looking at that point in time. So that has a couple of implications. If you're also considering tax credits, then that's projected annual income. And I tried to point it out and just simplify it in the back of your mind. Be careful when you have a situation where somebody maybe just got a job, maybe they graduated college, or maybe they've been employed for a large portion of the year. Now they have a job, it's a good paying job that makes them ineligible for TennCare on a point in time basis. So in other words, for the month of November, let's say they get the job, and now they're not eligible for TennCare, but they hadn't worked the other, had no other income for the year. In that particular instance, they may not be eligible for TennCare, right? But they're probably not eligible for premium tax credits either. They might fall into the gap because they have to be above 100% of the federal poverty level. Keep in mind on redeterminations, though, if you have a situation like that, Gordon touched on the gap filling rule, and that's situations where you have somebody that now they have a change in income that would make them ineligible for TennCare. They had it, now they're going to lose it, but now they're also not eligible for premium tax credits because their yearly income is not high enough. In those situations, and redeterminations only, they're able to keep the TennCare coverage. Then another question has to do with breast and cervical program can apply to undocumented immigrants, and the answer to that one is no. That is a federal program that those benefits are coming through. I will say, though, and one thing to kind of keep in mind, undocumented immigrants, and Andy spoke about it, emergency Medicaid is really the only option for them other than pregnant women that could get access to health coverage through Cover Kids. All right. But for emergency Medicaid, very, very specific rules, but that is available for individuals in the 5-year bar, and it's also going to be offered to undocumented individuals as well. A U.S. citizen cannot get emergency Medicaid. Right? So if they're in a gap, that's not available to them.
Just on emergency Medicaid, keep in mind you must be otherwise eligible. So just being undocumented doesn't make you eligible for emergency Medicaid. It must be a situation where it's your immigration status that's keeping you from being eligible.
All right, so I've got a number of them too, and then I believe Emily Quinlan is answering one, and then hopefully we will be able to open it up to more questions from the audience. All right, if someone's children are eligible for Cover Kids now, but their income increases later, do they need to report it or wait for redetermination? There is an obligation for all TennCare enrollees to report changes of income within 10 days of that change. So they need to report it now. Which applicants for TennCare have to do a marketplace application? Aside from MAGI, what happens to other applicants? Everybody except for long-term services and supports and those applying for presumptive eligibility do need to do an immediate marketplace application. Of course, presumptive eligibility, you need to do a marketplace application within the next month or so. What happens with the non-MAGI categories? I can speak specifically to medically needy spend down because I handle a lot of those, and the answer is that you need to appeal. So when you're doing the application, first send it for a full Medicaid screen. There should be a box check for that. And then second, when TennCare doesn't figure out that they're eligible for medically needy spend down, point it out to them, appeal it, and get coverage that way. It will take some time. Do you have to follow up and apply for children through the marketplace after calling to report birth to Cover Kids or TennCare? The basic answer is yes for presumptive eligibility. For deeming, the coverage is going to last a little bit longer than for presumptive eligibility. Is that right, Gordon? Gordon doesn't know. It's going to last a little bit longer than presumptive eligibility. I know. But you still, I mean, after that year is up, we know that for TennCare, it's 0 to 12 months. For Cover Kids, it's a year, 12 months from the application or from the start of the coverage, of mom's coverage. But at any rate, you're going to have to do an application. All right, and my last one, I believe, if someone qualifies for TennCare, but they travel 3/4 of the year for work, is there an exemption so they can participate in a marketplace plan? I take this question to mean whether or not they are going to be eligible for premium tax credits under some sort of an exception, and the answer is no. I see Gordon coming up to the mic. No, Gordon's not walking up to me. Okay. I don't know. He's doing the, He acts like he doesn't know, but he might. Okay, we'll double check on that one. Okay, we'll double check on that one. And now I'm going to go on.
Okay, the question is, how can a person be assessed for choices in the hospital? And the answer is that there should be someone on staff in the hospital whose job is to perform these pre-admission evaluations, PAEs. So the individual or their family member just needs to talk to a social worker or caseworker at the hospital. And 2 more points on that. If you can foresee that the person is likely going to need long-term services and supports, it's a great idea to request PA as soon as possible. Because first of all, they're in the hospital, so obviously their needs at that point are pretty high. Secondly, in terms of resources, especially the community spouse, they're not going to have spent down resources to pay for care, and so the resources are going to be higher. And because you're taking a snapshot of resources at the time that eligibility is being determined, that's better off, especially for the community spouse. Briefly, I'm going to try to answer 2 questions that have come up previously in the training. One came up yesterday. It was about calculating income for choices, and I neglected to mention this exactly in my presentation. So it's only the applicant's income that counts. There is a $20 disregard. There's a $65 disregard if the person is employed. And the spouse's income does not count for pre-eligibility determination. It's only the applicant's. The spouse's income counts later on when you're talking about community spouse allowance. The second question, was about using QITs if an individual needs home and community services in Group 2. I did look through the policy manual that is available. I haven't yet figured out what the logistics of that are. The money, instead of then going to the nursing facility, is going to go to TennCare to pay for home and community services. And it looks like TennCare, just like they do when the person's in a nursing facility, needs to first tell the individual what their patient liability can be. Obviously, because you can't set up a QIT without knowing stuff like that. Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. This question, what does no access to employee health insurance mean? Has this question been asked yet? Answered. Okay. The answer is, to the question again, what does no access to employer health insurance mean? It means that you don't have access to it, and this applies to dependents as well as to the employee himself. You do not have access either as an employee or as the dependent, eligible dependent of an employee, to get coverage under an employer-sponsored plan that provides minimum essential benefits. So if it's a lousy enough plan that's offered by your employer, it may not count and you may be eligible for a premium tax credit or cost sharing reduction through the marketplace. But if it meets the standards for minimum essential benefits and you're eligible, you're not going to be eligible for premium tax credit or CSRs. Sure.
So, and that's true even if
You're not eligible even if you pass on it during either open enrollment or however long you have in your first employee. So that at the present time, maybe you can't enroll, but it's still considered that you have access.
I believe that's right. Is that right? I'm pretty sure, but we'll check and give you a definitive answer.
And is that true for, let's see, is it not cover kids, but Tinker Standard? Is that true for Tinker Standard too? If you pass on enrolling in an employer plan so that you don't have access until the next open enrollment, is that?
I think you're in trouble, but again, as I answered the previous question, we'll check and send out written answers. When does redetermination start? And the answer is it's already started. It started last year. It stopped. And by redetermination now I'm talking about phase 3, which is the packets that we talked about that are so much fun to complete. Those were sent out in a batch late last fall, and then they suspended the process and they resumed it in June or July. There are two components to this, and we're frankly not sure exactly where we are because the Bureau has not been very forthcoming with information. But there was, as I said, the state suspended redeterminations at the end of 2013. So we had all those people that were supposed to be redetermined annually but hadn't been redetermined in at least 2 years. So they had to work through those. But then there's an ongoing obligation to redetermine eligibility for everybody going forward. The way it used to work in the olden days was that, before 2014, was that 1/12 of the TennCare population would be redetermined each month. We assume that's the way it's going to work going forward. We don't know. We don't know whether they've started that process. So, in other words, they were working off a backlog, but meanwhile, they have to also be doing it on an ongoing basis going forward. And we're frankly not sure whether they restarted that process or whether they just still are in the mode of working through the backlog. But if anybody finds out, please share it with us and we'll share it with everybody else because it's very important. If a person has appealed the SSI TennCare effective date themselves and it's been over 45 days since they heard anything, what should they do next? So if they appeal the TennCare eligibility date through the TennCare eligibility appeal process, there's a 90-day regulatory time frame for the state to rule on Medicaid appeals from the time that they filed the appeal. I frankly don't know what the answer is if what they're really trying to get to is their SSI start date, and that's so they filed an appeal through SSI. Is there anybody in the room that would know the answer to that, about Social Security appeals involving SSI eligibility dates? If you are unhappy with your start date for SSI, okay, and you want to appeal that, just putting aside TennCare, the appeal process takes how long?
You got 65 days to appeal from the notice that gives you the amount.
Okay, and did everybody hear that? You got 65 days from the appeal from the time you get the notice stating the amount. Okay, the day. Okay, and then the question would be, how long does Social Security have to rule on your appeal?
Forever.
Yeah, this is like Social Security generally. As the late immortal little Jimmy Dickens used to sing, take an old cold fader and wait. I can sing that for you. No, never mind. Let's see. If a person has applied for SSI disability and been approved, but the TennCare effective date is wrong, shouldn't the Social Security office give the correct info to TennCare office, or is the person's responsibility to get the effective date corrected? Well, you have whose responsibility it is, and then you have the question of, do you want to get it straightened out or not? Okay. So if you want to get it straightened out or not, I suggest that you not sit there, fold your arms, harumph, and say it's somebody else's responsibility. I would appeal through Social Security, and I would file a TennCare appeal. And I would also call somebody, the constituent service person in the congressional delegation to see if they can help sort it out. Anybody have other better answers? Other questions?
This is a much more general question, but with that starting the 4th year of open enrollment, and we're still using the marketplace application for TennCare, and was wondering if you have any knowledge about when the state will be looking at instituting their own application process.
I just looked on the other line, online the other day to see what the status is of TEDS. And HAL is online right now. TEDS is supposed to be finalized in 2019. Granted, it was supposed to have been due by October 1, 2013. After a lot of wallowing around, they walked away from it a year ago, year and a half ago. Then they came up with another deadline for rebidding it. That's been behind, so all I can say is if you go online and look, the projection is that they will phase in different functionalities of TEDS, so it will be doing some things while other things are being built. The final end date is supposed to be 2019. It's totally up to you. It's your discretion, your option. Just knock yourself out, but as for me, I'm not holding my breath. Yeah. Okay.
For non-MAGI categories, when you determine resources, do you count money in the savings account that is income for them? For example, someone gets Social Security, it's direct deposited into the bank account.
My understanding is it's income in the month received, and it's a resource after that.
Right.
So, that was, you just were sending me a slow pitch. Wow, I'm glad I got it.
Somebody applies for choices, and they have some other resources like the cash value of a life insurance policy, and all that's going into their checking account is $2,500 in Social Security. As long as they get rid of it before the end of the month, they're never going to be over-resourced.
Show off. Thanks, Russ. I think. Okay. Is the authorization of representative form available in any other language?
The answer, boss, is not currently. We'll have to have a discussion about whether or not that's feasible for TennCare to accept them. If it is, we can make it happen within a matter of a couple of weeks.
There's a follow-up to that also.
What's the follow-up?
If we do make that happen, is the correspondence we receive back going to be in sign language or will it be back in English?
So everything that TennCare sends out seems to be in both English and Spanish. I know nothing about what they do with other languages.
Well, but some of the notices are in accent. We've been trying for 30 years to get those in English. So far, not so good.
We got one more in the back here.
Yeah, so this is about the redetermination. Since it's very late baby and the application is not complete, as far as questions that are confusing and such, what about just giving a new application online for that person? Just applying to take care again, all over again, instead of having to deal with the redetermination?
Just, the question is, do you just give up on the redetermination packet and start over with new application?
Yes.
Well, the difficulty with that is that you can't qualify if you're already enrolled. So there would have to be a break in the coverage. Now, you know, maybe it'd just be only a few days. I don't know. That, I would be concerned about that. There's also the concern about someone who's chosen a particular network, MCO, has relationships with the providers in that network. When they reapply, there's no assurance they'll get the same MCO, and they could face a disruption of their network providers. But if they are basically healthy, they don't have a lot of existing relationships because they're not really much in the care system, they just need the coverage. Maybe that's not a bad idea. That's an interesting thought. I'm just a little bit worried about burning the boat that I'm in before I find another boat to jump into, but given that this boat's pretty much on fire, maybe sometimes it's a good idea. Thank you. Other questions, suggestions? That was a good idea. No, Russ. If you're going to try to send me a slow pitch so that you can cover something that we failed to cover, give me the answer too, because you can't be assured I'll swing at it even if it crosses the middle of the plate.
Well, I don't know the answer to this one.
Then you can't ask it.
The parent caretaker relative income limits, are those adjusted upward every year, or are they frozen forever?
I believe they've been frozen. I don't think those have ever changed. The interesting thing is that healthcare.gov is converting that to a percentage of the poverty level. So it'll be interesting to see.
All right. So thank you guys so much for coming today, and thank you for our amazing staff attorneys for answering questions. Or not. If we could use our last couple minutes of this training to come take a group photo, that would be amazing. So if you all want to come down here to the front, bring your stress ball, hold it up. We would love to have a group photo of everyone. Also, just so you know, we have t-shirts. If you make a minimum contribution of $20, we'll give you a free t-shirt, if that makes sense. Also, if you love
a TJC where you offer something free that costs $20. Right.
Also, if you love the training, please talk to Alex. Alex, raise your hand, please. If you love this training, please talk to him. He'll record a short little video of you talking about it, and then we would really appreciate it. So please do that if you love it. And everyone, come down here to the front. We'll take a group photo, and then you're free.
Is there anything we put on the backdrop?
Oh, you mean the projector?
No, that's Alex.
What? Come this way. Come this way.
No, I mean,
Bring your
turn it
ball.
on so it says like TJC or something. These things picture.
That would be nice.
Alex, do you have a projector that matters? So we don't want it on. All right, come this way. Tall people in the back, short people in the front.
I love the pictures. You look gorgeous. Yeah, it's great. It's been long enough now that all positive